We do things like songs that are a little, what we call sexy. You can see from the title, it's more of a love album.
Welcome to another week. We back in the building again. What up, Bobby V? I say Bobby V. So used to calling you Bobby V. Bobby V. What's going on, Bobby Drake?
What's good, Anthony? Another week, same time, same place. You already know what it is.
You already know. We're back again for another week, another great episode. And shout out to everybody that hit me up from last week. They were hitting me up, man, and just giving us props about how that show was and how we separated the LGBT community away from the agenda. That way, you don't attack the LGBT individuals or the community, and attack the agenda. And that way you can separate the two and understand that some of the LGBT agendas are also attacking LGBT members of the community as well. So we can join forces and be unified together when we attack the agenda and not the people. So a lot of people last week really loved that show. They really liked how we broke everything down. Um, and every dynamic of the show was just mad. They just gave us mad props. Also, the women that came out and showed mad love and support and understand what this platform is, and how we
Yeah.
run this platform. We have a no tolerance level on this platform. So the thing about it is, when people come on, we don't mind people coming on. We encourage people to come on. This is not an echo chamber. We're not looking for people that have the same output or ideologies as we do. The thing is, we come on here together, understand what is laid out on the table, and organize it so that it all looks and reads correctly at everybody at that table. That's what
Right.
we do here. We don't want to cause confusion. We don't want to throw ideologies out there that isn't factual or will lead people in the wrong direction. So we're very mindful about how we run this platform. We based a lot of our stuff off of facts. If there's anything that's regarding opinions, then that is something we can agree to disagree. But what we're not going to do is, if we present something that is factual, and then you sit back and say, well, I think this is something, 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 then now you're arguing emotions versus facts. And that's not going to play out well. And like I say, before we get into the details of tonight's shows, I just want to play this one clip and let people know exactly where we're coming from and where we stand. So after this clip, we'll get back into the show. All right. So
You
Let's
have to
run
learn
it.
the difference between someone disrespecting you versus you feeling disrespected. Feelings aren't facts, and emotional ears hear from a place of defensiveness. So sometimes it's not what they said, but what you were triggered by. And until you make peace with your triggers, everything will seem like an attack.
all right. So I just wanted to show that from a licensed therapist, showing you the difference of understanding. This is what we talked about, and I've said so many times on this platform and off this platform, is that, are you listening to understand, or are you listening to just have a defensive response? And a lot of time people listen as a defensive response, which the therapist just said, you're listening for a trigger, something that would trigger you, and then you respond off of that instead of listening to the totality of the message and breaking down the message and saying, okay, I get that part. I need clarification on this part. Or you could say something like, okay, I get that part. Now listen to this part. And then it could be an agreeable moment on both sides. But we don't do that here. We
Right.
don't coddle. We don't coddle anybody. We don't let just nonsense fly out of there, because we have the mindset and the consciousness not to let foolishness fly out of our mouths and corrupt the people out here. Remember, this is a platform. This is on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. So these are major platforms. So anything you put out there is a representation of this platform. So we're not going to put anything out there that could be debunked or could make us look like fools. So that's why we have the consciousness of making sure that what we put out is as correct information as possible. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
99% of it is possible. Yes, there's some things on here that are opinionated. You can challenge the opinionated. You can challenge anything to that. And there would be no argument with that. Like I say, it'd be agree to disagree moment, and then we can go from there. But just be mindful of what it is. If we're asking you to, state your claim, understand what you're doing, and then we can have a dialogue from there. You want to jump on that, Bobby, and elaborate more on what I'm talking about? A little bit
No,
more
like
clarity.
one of my brothers, Arthur, dropped the other day, and I made a point to go ahead and reshare it on my own page. Um, he made sure to lay it out. He said, people who can't communicate, they think everything is an argument, And people who lack accountability think that everything is an attack. You have to understand when you're having debates, not arguments, but debates, all a debate is just an exchange of ideas, an exchange on insights, what have you. But if you're too emotionally invested, if your emotions are clouding the picture, then you're not going to be able to freely exchange and entertain other ideas because you're fighting. So when you come on this platform, you have to understand that the brothers who are on this platform, we're healed. That's not to say that we're perfect or that we don't have issues and things that we're working through because problems and issues, that's the price you pay for life on this earth. As long as you're alive, you're gonna have problems. The only place you can have a problem free, stress free situation, or you can have a life where there's nothing that you need to work on or grow on, is in the grave. Hop 6 feet under. It's real peaceful. No muss, no fuss. As long as you're alive, you're always gonna have things that you need to work on. So we're working on ours, but we're at a point where, for the most part, we're whole and we're able to dialogue with each other and with other people, and we don't take things as attacks. We don't take things um, as arguments because we understand we're just flowing ideas. Only thing, like you said, we require is you got to have your facts lined in a row. So we can debate opinions. We can discuss, who's the greatest basketball player of all time, greatest boxers, what's the best sport. Those are opinions. We can do that,
Yeah,
and in those matters, we can agree to disagree because these are opinions. There is no right or wrong answer about how you feel. But when it comes to facts, information, we're going to do our best to present the facts as we have them, as we know them to be. We're going to come from logic. And if you want to argue those or if you want to debate those, cool, but you're going to have to do it in logic and facts.
correct.
So it doesn't matter how you feel. If we're telling you 1 plus 1 is 2, and we're able to show you facts, we're able to show you the math notes and everything that those are 2, you can't come say, well, 1 plus 1 equals spaghetti because that's how I feel. That's not sufficient. So we want y'all to get to a place where you're able to debate freely. If you have the facts, come on through. As you saw last week, we don't shy, we don't run. We want an exchange of ideas, and it's cool because ultimately we understand that what's ultimately important is the objective, and the objective is to rebuild the community. We want to build specifically strong men, and if we can also help to make some stronger and better women as well through the process, more than welcome to do that. So let's
Correct.
get into it, Ant.
That's what's up. So tonight's conversation, with that being concluded, is that it is man laws. This is the rules and codification. This is grown man etiquette that we're talking about tonight. We're talking to the men specifically tonight. We will be highlighting a lot of things that about women, but we're doing it in a learning way, understanding how to make sure you're avoiding a lot of the traps, and that will lead into you living a life that will basically be a life of negativity, a life of damper, a life of just horrible situation. When we talk about heaven and hell, I think a lot of times people talk about it in the forms of, another world. But in reality, your heaven and hell is right here on earth. How you choose to live it is how you will be living. So if you choose to live in a heavenly type environment, a heavenly type atmosphere, then you would want to walk in one where you're avoiding anything negative or putting yourself in situations that will cause things for your life to be harder than you should be making your life. And you're supposed to be making your life easier as much as possible. So you can have a child with somebody and create life with somebody, and you can have a heavenly experience with that, creating it with the right person. Or you can have a nightmare and a hell of an experience creating it with the wrong person. I've seen plenty of brothers that go out here and find women that look pretty good, but when they create life with these women, then they start to see and notice the flaws. But the flaws was there, but you were overshadowed by the beauty of this woman. So now you create a life with this woman based on her beauty, and now she's putting you through the ringer and causing your life to be hell, not only for yourself but also your family. Because remember, when you create life together, now two families are brought together with that child. You have the mother side of the family and the father side of the family. And if there's a tug of war going on with the child between the parents, then the grandparents, the cousins, and everybody else suffers in the long run. So a lot of times I see a lot of family members get into some real violent stuff to the point where sometimes people go to jail, and there's a good percentage that some of them end up in a casket, because things spiral out of control. Remember, you might know how you can control a situation, but you don't know how somebody else can control a situation. And what I mean by that is, you know, somebody can punch you and you turn around and shoot them. You know what I mean? It ain't the same, but it's a reaction. You was expecting them to just throw up their dukes and fight it out with you. They're probably thinking like, I'm not in no mood to fight. I'm gonna shoot. And guess what? You lose your life, assuming that this person wanted to rumble in a brawl with you. So that's why I say a lot of times we don't understand the realms and the situations we put ourselves in. That's why when we have this platform here, we have this platform to make sure that you guys are situated and put in a position where you're going to come out with a winning outcome. We would never want to say anything that'll put you in a predicament where your life is going to be a horrible one, or we're putting in you horrible situations. Everything we talk about is basically solution based towards a positive outcome. So tonight's show, we definitely will show the fellas the do's, don'ts, what you should do, what you should avoid. A lot of times, I think a lot of men, because we don't have a lot of, I want to say, we don't have a lot of self love and a lot of self esteem, and we don't value ourselves so highly that we pick a lot of low fruit. And when we pick a lot of low fruit, the low hanging fruit, a lot of low hanging fruit is not good fruits to pick. And we pick that and run with it and find out that the low hanging fruit end up being poisonous, bad for our
Hmm.
system. And we want you guys to start picking on the high fruit. I know it's going to take you to go down the street, borrow the ladder from Mr. Joe, come back with the ladder, brace it against the tree, climb up there through the difficult branches, and pick that glorious fruit that's above. It's work, but it'll be well worth it. Um, and we just want to set you guys up to have that type of mindset, that type of mind frame heading into the latter years of 2023 onto the future endeavors. So anything that's from this day past, everything we're telling you now, you apply to yourself moving forward, so that way you have a better outcome in the long run. All right. So I definitely wanted to talk about, well, we'll do with the question of the day. So we'll start off with the question of the day, right? So the question of the day is, um, all right, men, do men miss out on a good woman because of her weight? So, Bobby Drake, I'm going to ask you that. Do you think men miss out on good women because of her weight?
I do not believe that's the case, and for two different reasons.
Yeah,
First and foremost, I believe that most men, well, I believe that a significant portion, not the majority, I wouldn't say most either, but a significant portion of men really don't have much in the way of a weight requirement with the women that they deal with.
correct.
I believe a lot of them look at women and they say, well, it doesn't matter whether she's slim and fit, whatever, or she's large and she has rolls everywhere. They look at them and say, well, she's thick, or she's thick,
Mhm.
or I don't want bones. And so instead of finding some middle ground, that they just go with larger women and make that the end of it. Um,
Correct.
that's done for multiple different reasons. I address that later on in some of the laws that I have for men. But that's the first reason. The second reason
Mhm.
is it depends on what you're looking for, but also you have to understand that how we present ourselves, how we live our life, it means something. So one of the issues that comes with size is, and typically we're not talking about height, we're talking about fat. Just gonna
Yeah.
talk about have different stages of health, but in general, we
Hmm.
know that what's on the outside typically reflects on what's on the inside. So there's a
Correct.
lot of different things that play out in that. In order to be a healthy, fit, in shape person, we know that that doesn't happen by accident. That involves a lot of effort. You have to exercise, more or
Correct.
less. You have to eat a healthy diet, more or less. You have to pretty much work towards that. Some
Correct.
people have an easier job of that than other people. Some have a less difficult time than others. But either way, there is some effort that has to be put into getting to that point. In order to
Correct.
become fat, that requires no effort whatsoever. You basically just sit back. Typically, you're not very active. You're sedentary. You typically don't have much discretion when it comes to what you eat outside of maybe allergies or food preferences, whatever. But
Hmm.
anybody can become fat, and it doesn't take any work to get to that state. You have to work to get in shape. So, and this is true for men and women alike. This isn't for just women either. It's for men as well too.
Hmm.
When you see someone who's fat, that might not always be the case, but more often than not, that speaks to the fact that this person typically isn't disciplined.
Hmm.
It typically speaks to the fact that this person doesn't have a lot in the way of discretion in terms of how much they eat, how frequently they eat, what they eat, different patterns, and also that affects your health. So maybe when you're younger, being that size isn't a big deal as much, might be a little inconvenient here and there. But the older you get, these things take a toll on you. It wears down your body, it puts stress and strain on your organs. Um, you know, later on, especially later on in life, that's different health issues that you're going to have to deal with. So the older you get, your bones get weaker, can't support that weight. This is a person that might need to start using canes to get around,
Hmm.
wheelchairs to get around. There's pressure that's put on your joints, so you might have to have surgery, you might have to have replacements, whatever. These are expenses that pop up the older you get. And if you're with someone, these are expenses they're going to have to consider dealing with as well too.
Hmm.
Also, the thing, once you bring children into the equation, if you're already a large person, having children isn't going to make that any easier as well too.
Correct.
So you're looking at children being born into the situation, you're more likely to put on more weight. And we also know that typically women are the benchmark of the household. So typically, as the woman goes, so too does the house. If the woman is healthy, fit, and in shape, she eats well. Usually, the children and usually the husband or the male that's living there is going to be the same way too, because typically everyone eats the way mama does. But if
Correct.
mama herself is overweight and big, odds are that the children are going to be as well too. And that's especially significant because it actually recently updated information that says that currently, I believe, 1 in 6 children currently from 0 to 18 is going to suffer from childhood obesity. And as you know, black people typically, once other people catch the cold, we catch pneumonia. I believe the rate for us is down to 1 in 3 children to 1 in 4 children. And I believe it was I forgot who, not the World Health Organization, but it's a large British health organization similar to the CDC over here. They recently released a study that indicates that they believe that by the year 2030, um, well over 80% of the population is going to be considered obese. And especially with children, there's other conditions that you have with that. Of course, you have increased risk of asthma, juvenile diabetes is a huge issue, and other health complications. So you're talking about the state of the household. This is a lot of things that are being introduced simply because you have people who do not live a disciplined, healthy lifestyle, and it's going to affect the other household members as well too. Because how you do one thing tends to be how you do all things. So if a man necessarily doesn't want to take that on. There might be other good attributes that she has. Maybe she's a kind person, she's a caring person, but you also have to look at the other implications as well. Does this person fit into the kind of health that I want for my household? And also, typically, men aren't attracted to those sizes. They typically like curves, but not in those different areas as well. Some don't mind as much, but if they're more health conscious, those are other issues to take into consideration. So, um, she might be good in that aspect, but she might not be good in others, and that's life. So it's trade offs. And if a man's not willing to make that trade off in terms of size, then he's well within his right to do so. But we all have our preferences.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And like I say, we give you guys statistical facts. Bobby Drake just handed some heat, and it wasn't anything that was biased to what he thought. He was just letting you know what it is and giving you statistical facts behind it. You choose what you choose. If you're a man who likes women, no matter what the size, some people don't matter. They don't matter about a woman's weight. They don't matter about a woman's looks. Everybody has their own principles of what they want out of their mate, and that's fine. But there are a lot of men that do will miss out on a woman because of her weight. And Bobby, like Bobby was saying, a lot of it is a lot of health issues. A lot of guys are very health conscious because you have men out here that are in the gym heavy, so they are health conscious and they want a woman that can run with them and do things with them. They also remember, as much as women are fantasizing the reality of these fairy tales like the Disney movies and stuff like that, men do romanticize things as well. They One thing that a man romanticize is the fact that lifting a woman up and carrying up the stairs when you're married. If I'm 180 pounds, I can't carry a 350-pound woman up no damn stairs without both of us tumbling down the stairs looking like one bowling ball in Indiana Jones movie. So there are men out there that want to carry their woman up the stairs, be traditional, like the romanticized fairy tale of a man just picking up, scooping up his wife and carrying her with him. Some men want to be able to do that, and they want to have a woman with reasonable size to do it in. You know what I mean? So definitely, um, we definitely want people to understand that part of it and um, know that it's out of love. It's not nothing out of any character, anything like that, but it's out of love and it's out of just understanding that men in general are they're the ones that have the system. We're looking for women to be a part of our system. That's why men chase or pursue women, whichever one you want to use. This is why men go after women because we want to find a woman that lines up with our system. Once you align up with our system, everything is a go. That's when we get on the knee and tell you that we want to get the commitment of having you in my life and in my system for a very long time. And if you um not aligned with that, then a guy would not get on his knees and propose to you. And that's why a lot of these women will go on for like 6, 7, 8 years of not even being married. So uh understand the guy that you're dealing with, understand what he likes and what he don't like. And like I say, weight is one of them. I know a lot of black women in our community are a little bit overweight, right? So I know it's a triggering thing when you talk about weight when it comes to women.
It shouldn't be.
Age and weight is about the two things that trigger women when you having a regular conversation, a dialogue. They'll get mad about that. So, if we're trying to line up with each other, understand both sides of it. I think everybody wants compassion for the women, but they don't want to see or have compassion for the men and understand why is it that they want women a certain weight. So, what up, Major? I'm going to turn it
What
over to you.
What up,
I
dog?
see
How's everything, man?
everything
Hey,
good.
I'm out here
Quick.
in the middle of a little situationship. You know what I'm saying? Like a middle of a little situation, but I'm good. Like I thought I would be home and be able to do this by now, but you know how things go sometimes. But to piggyback on what you're saying,
Yeah,
um, you know, at the end of the day, I think it. You know what I think is phenomenal. What I think is amazing, and not in a good way. How a lot of modern day women think that they're going to get along with men without listening to the needs of men, without listening to the desires of men. What's that song by the old Negro poet from City Girls? Real ass bitch, give a fuck about a nigga. What? How does that go?
I don't
You
even
dig?
know.
You have a lot of women out here who have that mentality,
Mhm.
and then wonder why it is, to piggyback on what you're saying, that they can't get along with men. It's because you don't respect men, you don't respect what men desire, and you don't, like Young Miami or JT, whichever one of them was that said it, you don't give a F about a guy, a man. You know what I'm saying? And that's part of the problem. That's the gap that we have to bridge. We have
Mhm.
to start
Right.
actively listening and caring about what the other party wants and desires, and we have to start fulfilling those desires. It can't be one-sided. It's like with Pan-Africanism. You know what I mean? You got
Mhm.
one side that's always showing love to the African ancestry and, hey man, we love y'all. We want y'all to, be involved with what we're doing. We're gonna go out of our way to get this clause included to bring y'all over and show y'all love, whatever the case may be. And the other side is like, I hate you, Akata. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not a relationship that's going to be very productive. We both have to come to the table and acknowledge. And granted, it's not on the other side. It's not everybody that's saying I hate you, Akata. You know what I'm saying? But it's too many. Same thing with the women. I've had debates with some ladies, and you know, unfortunately, when they start losing an argument, they start grasping at straws and saying shit that isn't true. Listen, we know that it's not all of you, but it's too many of you. And the ones of you that are coming to the table in good faith are not checking the other ones. And that's the problem. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? We have to
Yep.
have adults on both sides come to the table in good faith and say, hey, we know that we are flawed in certain ways. We have things that we need to change. Yes, we know that we are flaws in certain ways and we have things that we need to change, and we need to actually wait for it, change them. You dig? Don't
Yeah.
talk about it, don't half-ass it. Actually be willing to come to the table and change some things about ourselves on both sides, and I guarantee you we'll have a much smoother series and set of relationships between the two genders. You know what I mean? A lot of people hear us speak and they think, you know, by default, knee jerk reaction, oh, y'all bashing women. Because we're doing a show that's, about the needs of men, we're bashing women. Why would you even think that? You know what I mean? We have to learn to unthink a lot of the things that we've been taught. All of us need each other. You know what I'm saying? And there is a natural order of things. And the more that we respect the fact that, hey, there is a natural order of things and we admit that we need each other, the more we will all start to come to the table and be willing to make necessary changes. You know what I'm saying? Man codes, which is what this episode is all about being able to identify the rules that we are going to govern ourselves with as men. You
Mhm.
understand what I'm saying? And being able to not only live by those rules ourselves, but apply them as we are in situations where we're dealing with women.
Mhm.
A lot of guys out here, man, I know mad dudes who they're loyal to everybody. Loyalty is everything, right? They're loyal to their barber, they're loyal to their homeboys, they're loyal to their football team, basketball team, everybody except their girl.
Mhm.
What's up with that? You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? Like, when we gonna tighten that up? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, listen, I rocks with y'all heavy, and I hear the message loud and clear, but I feel like a lot of us are just kind of half doing the work. You know what I mean? We
Yeah.
need to be 1000% in. We need to be in with both hands, kneading the dough. You understand? To
Mm,
shape this male female relationship dynamic into what we want it to be. And it's possible, it's doable. You know what I'm
mm,
saying? I see a lot of good faith brothers out here that's on this. You got three of them right here. You know what I'm saying? But
mm,
some of these brothers out here, they not. You do have some brothers out here that do have a pre a predisposed aversion to women. We
mm.
gotta tighten up on that. You know what I'm saying? Because we all need each other. You know,
Correct.
and none of us is exempt from that. You know, if we're going to build strong families, we have to come to the table first with that acknowledgement, and then we can move from there. And again, brothers, I'm so sorry. I'm out, you know, and I'm kind of in the middle of something, but this is important. So I had to make sure I got on here and talk to the folks. Shout out to Brother Anthony. Shout out to Brother Bobby. What's up, y'all? Talk to me. What y'all got?
Hey,
Yeah, man.
we're just grateful that the official mayor of South Florida could cut time from his busy schedule because it is Ultra Music Miami Music Week. We do appreciate that he took time out from his ceremonial hosting duties to make time for this. That right there is dedication. That shows how much he takes this serious. And we're glad that he was able to find some soundproof booth in somebody's penthouse, somebody's nightclub, come and break bread with the people. We appreciate you, brother. As soon as we're done, you
Uh,
get back to taking over and showing these
hey,
visitors a good time. We appreciate you, man.
well, bro, let me let you know first off. This ain't no ultra. This is some other shit. You know
Wink,
what I'm
wink,
saying?
wink. Yeah, okay. Yeah. From a
I
secret
have no,
location.
I have no dealings with ultra, but yeah, it's some stuff went on this weekend. I had to be here, and so
I feel.
you know,
I,
it just is what it is. But yeah, man, this right here,
Real talk.
manifestations is so important because men, again, we're the leaders out here, and too
yes.
many people are disregarding our opinions and thought processes. And if we keep it at a buck, you can't move forward without our thoughts and thought processes, our opinions and thought processes. You cannot move forward without it. You know what I'm
Correct.
saying? So if we keeping it a buck, yeah, you know, I absolutely have to make sure I'm in the spot, you know, and talk to the people, whatever the case may be. My apologies, I'm a little late, but man, this is so important. You know, brothers hit me up all the time, like, yo, man, I really rock with what y'all doing. I have something to say to the people too. I'm like, bro, why don't you come on? Why don't you come on air? And
Yeah.
cats be scared to do it. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? But you can't be scared if you because it's the antithesis of what you're saying. You're saying that you want to contribute to the conversation, yet you're afraid to.
Correct.
We can't do that. We can't
You know
do.
what?
We have to say it with our
That-
chest. Go ahead.
correct. Now that right there should be a low key a runner up or an honorary man law right there. As men
Yes,
specifically, we should take it upon ourselves to frequently, not once in a blue moon, but frequently do something that scares you. Do something that when you think about it, you pause, you hesitate. Do that.
right,
Because you talk
right.
about courage. It's essential for men to have courage, especially as black men in this world we live in. Timid people, scared people, cowardly people, they always get the ass end of the stick.
There you
If you're
go.
looking to be a leader, and some of us already in leadership position, you might be a leader on your job, you might be a leader in your family. If you are a husband, you are a
Right,
leader. If you are a parent, you are a leader. You
right.
only get better at those skills by exercise. So if you're afraid to make moves, if you're afraid to get on camera, you're gonna be. I mean, that's nothing. You
We
know,
can't do it. We can't
that's
do it.
nothing. How you gonna handle it when someone's in your face, pressuring you about your family, whatever. Your backbone is a muscle as well too. The more you exercise, the stronger it gets. So today you get on camera, you nervous, you sweating, it's cool. Next time it's
Yeah,
easy. Next time you do something else. But whenever you have an opportunity to do something that terrifies you or scares you,
yeah.
jump on
Real
it. Do
talk.
that. Do that.
Listen, I tell my dogs all the time. Dudes that been with me, for a minute, whatever the case may be, younger cats that I'm mentoring. I tell them all the time, be the shooter. If you ever watch Power, you ever watch Ghost, Tariq said something in one of his episodes that was real ill to me. He said, that's the one you got to watch out for. That's the shooter. I tell cats all the time, you need to be unafraid to be the shooter. Now, that can be literal or it can be figurative. But at the end of the day, you got to be the one that everybody know don't take no shit. You know what I'm saying? That's a serious man law right there. Where people, like y'all know, because for us, for instance, people be afraid to at us on the internet. And those are just words. You know what I'm saying? Like people be afraid to at us. Myself in particular. People will tell me every week, man, I don't want to at you, and then you pop off on me. But at the end of the day, if what you're saying is sound, if what you're saying is logical, if what you're saying is worth entertaining or being heard, you shouldn't be afraid to at me, because you know that it's going to be love and I'm going to embrace it and I'm going to amplify the signal. The only time you should be afraid to at somebody with knowledge is if you full of shit, because you know they going to light your ass up. And that's how it should be. Cats out here should be afraid. They should be very afraid. Dudes be, they'll say this. Some people have said little reckless stuff to me on the internet, but I've seen them in person and they've never said a word. You understand what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, that integrity, that character
I know that
lets them
feel.
know. Huh? What you say about?
I know that. I know that feel.
You
I know
did?
that feel.
That character, your character precedes you. You know what I'm saying? They already know before they even see you in person. They see you in person and they start feeling nervous. It shouldn't be that way, but for a lot of these cats out here that's full of shit, it is. We need to, as a group, start really going after and checking these cats hard that have nothing to say of value. You understand what I'm saying? And it doesn't depend on gender. Whoever you are, if you are not contributing to the conversation and saying anything of value, you need to be checked and checked hard and checked often. That's the long and
Right.
short of it. You understand what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Because people listen to you and
Okay.
they start internalizing the bullshit. Go ahead, Aunt. My bad. Go ahead, brother.
No, no, no. I was just saying, like, we got Lowell on here, right? So,
What up,
uh, sh-
Lowell?
Shout out to Brother
shout
Noel.
out to the brother Lowell. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So I really wanted to acknowledge Lowell real quick, and I'm glad he came on here because when
yeah.
we talk about brothers that be out here checking people,
Woo
that's
wee.
another brother outside of our circle that be out here checking people.
Yeah, he
Um,
did. Yeah, he does. He
and,
does. Shout out to
and
Lowell.
and I
Heavy.
know. All right, so I'm gonna tell you about Lowell. Like Lowell, the question of the day was, does the
Yeah.
weight really matter when it comes to men? And I know for a fact when it comes to
The weight.
Lowell,
What do you mean the weight?
A woman's weight.
woman's
Hell
weight.
yeah, it
So
matters.
yeah,
Hell
this
yeah, it
what.
matters.
So this is what we had the question of the day, right? Do men miss out on a good woman because of her weight, right?
Ooh. Uh-huh.
So I know
Mm.
for a fact that me and Lowell had an interaction
Yeah.
where a certain lady was in the likes of Lowell.
Mm-hmm.
And Lowell, in return, I
Noel, I
sent
heard
her,
it.
I was the middle person. The woman came to me in my inbox and she was like, yo, this brother on your page is dope. I'm interested in him. Want to, see more about him.
Yeah.
I was like, look, all I can do is bring you to the water. You know what I'm saying?
Can't make him drink. Yeah.
Can't make the drink.
Real
So
talk. Real talk.
all I'm gonna do is bring it there. You know what I'm saying? I'm bringing it to the water. That's it.
Yeah.
Where it happens from there is either you're gonna get a drink or you just gonna walk away thirsty. So I I end up delivering the message to my boy,
Yeah.
and he was like, okay, so what she looked like. So I sent the pictures back. And my dog said, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna have to pass on that. You know what I'm saying? Uh, it wasn't like she was big like Lizzo big.
Don't matter.
She had weight on her, right?
Don't
And that's
matter.
why, yeah. So it's kind of like a Queen Latifah type size, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so he was like, nah, I'll pass on that. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? And the brother has every right to pass on a woman like that because
Yeah.
the brother is up to par. He's not lacking anything. If
Yeah.
he's gonna go after what he feels is gonna be happy for him and his longevity of his life. You know,
Yeah.
so if that's what he wants, if he wants somebody a certain way or whatever his ideal woman looks like, it's not
You damn
you.
right.
You can't get mad at that. You just got to say, okay, cool, and keep it moving. One thing I know
Yeah.
is that women hate rejection. Women
Yeah.
hate rejection heavy, right?
Hmm.
But they expect men to get rejected by them 24/7 and then suck it
Yeah.
up, and if you don't, you like some weak ass dude. But then when a woman get rejected, it's like her whole world ended. And
Right.
she'd be like ready to jump off the roof and talking about she don't
Right.
want to do this ever in her life again. And I'm like, damn, that was just one time. You got thousands of guys that flocking all over you that saying this and that about you. And that one guy that say he don't want you, now you're gonna end your whole life over that one guy. And that's the majority of the mindset of a lot of women. So I
And you know
highlighted.
what?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know what? I say, let them jump.
Yeah,
I don't give a goody goddamn one way or the other. Let them jump because you know what? At the end of the day, I had this debate, this back and forth with a sister that we know and we respect, and shout out to that sister. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, because the argument was, oh, a lot of us are not to be trusted because we are people who don't come to the table with arguments that are in good faith. You understand what I'm saying? It comes from a place of vitriol. It comes from a place of disdain or whatever the case may be. And I push back on that. I say, you know what? We don't believe you either, goddamn it. To the group. We don't believe you either because you should number one, two, and three, the things that we're telling you, you shouldn't have to be told. You're
yeah,
an adult. You should know these things already. Additionally, in addition to the fact that you shouldn't have to be told these things, you don't hold each other accountable for these things that you already know. You were raised on these values. And now you're discarding these values because the white media told you to at the end of
yeah,
the day. Let's just call it what it is.
correct.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So, I don't believe them either. You come to the table and you got a bunch of excuses already queued up to give you the wherewithal to dismiss what we're saying. Oh, I don't like his tone. I don't like the way he talked to women. Shut the fuck up. At the end of the day, you are an adult. We are talking like adults. When we call men out for their bullshit, there is no excuse making. There is no, oh, but what had happened was, there is none of that bullshit. We call them out and that's it. We
Mm,
distance ourselves from them, you know. But unfortunately, when the sisters do that, there is no real accountability. They're always trying to straddle the fence
Nope.
and trying to weasel away from shit. You understand what I'm saying? And that's what we have to get away from because you don't grow when you do that. You don't
mm,
At all.
grow. And you're coming to the table with a sense of bullshit from the initial negotiation. You understand?
yeah,
We can't have that, man. We have to both come to the table. Look, we know that we are both flawed in certain ways, and you know what? We got to fix it. The men
correct.
got to check the other men and check themselves. Hey, sister, this is. I know that we're flawed in this. We're gonna fix it. We love you
Yeah,
and bring them in. And the sisters got to do the same thing. You understand? And that's the disconnect right there. Unfortunately, we have a media that lies to women and tell them that no matter what you do, You is a queen. You is the black girl magic. You is the wonder. You is the most wonderful thing in the world. Shut that shit up. No, that's not true. It's false. They're selling you a dream, and they're playing on your ego. You know what I mean? They're
Yeah.
blowing you up with a false sense
Yep.
of excellence. You know,
Yeah.
the Lizzos of the world are put on a plateau. You understand what I'm saying?
Hmm.
The whole rappers of the world are put on a plateau, and the regular women who are out here every day being decent, respectable women are ignored. And we
Hmm.
gotta change that shit, bro. We gotta
I
change it.
agree.
You
Absolutely.
dig? We gotta
Yeah.
change that. That is not the business, man, because it's making it seem like I heard a female say this a few weeks ago. She's like, "Why am I bothering being a good girl when hoes are winning?" She said that shit, bro. That resonated with me. I'm like,
Yeah.
yo, because the media and social media and the racist media more broadly are making it seem like for black women specifically,
Hmm.
hoes are winning. And so they keep
Correct.
going down this path that is absolutely the wrong guess possible path. You understand what I'm saying? And thinking, that they're going to come up from this, or that they're really getting some type of real love from this, and it's just not true. Maybe for the women who are, it's one in a million of them that they put on this plateau and they pedestalize them. It works for them, but that is a media trick. For the average woman, the shit don't work like that, bro. It just doesn't.
But you know what? The truth is, there
Mm.
is, as is the case with these illusions that get put out, there's a little bit of truth mixed in with it, a little bit of it.
Mm-hmm.
The hoes do win very briefly in the short term, and that's where the trick comes in. Because if you look at the right now, it appears
Mm-hmm.
as though the hoes are on the come up, they're getting what they want. But the issue is in the long run,
Right.
years down the road, that's where they're getting punched in the cooter, they're getting punched in the ovaries, and it's hitting them, and now they're realizing, oh, this is coming back, and the
Uh.
clapback sometimes comes a lot quicker than that.
Right.
Um, if you look in the short term, and we know we already live in a microwave society where people want everything right now, and in fact, for a lot of
Correct.
people, right now is too slow. They need to have it 5 seconds ago, and in
Mm-hmm.
some cases, if they didn't get it an hour ago, it's too slow. We have to get
Real
ourselves
talk.
off the hamster wheel. We have right now programming that is intentionally gearing to make us intellectually lazy, physically lazy, and complacent. And they try to get us to think that taking shortcuts, taking these little cheats are going to get us ahead in the long run, and we know that that's not the case. So hoes might be winning in the immediate, but that's not sustainable. It's no different from steroids. You might get the boost now, you might get the strength, you might get the size, you might get the quick recovery now, but in the long run, it's going to jack you up, and you're ultimately in a worse position than you would have been if you just never did anything at all in the first place.
Real talk. Real
Now,
talk.
for some people, that's worth it. If you understand what it is you're getting into, if you really understand the trade-off you're making, some people say, you know what? I'd rather take the short-term win. I don't care about losing the long one. Let me get my 15 minutes of fame right now, and the rest of life it can be whatever it is. I can live off of, I can coast off of the memories of right now.
Right.
And if that's you, that's fine because you're going and understanding the trade-off you're making. But the problem is most people really don't understand what it is they're sacrificing down the line. And so when the consequences start kicking in, they're not able to have that mindset where they can say, well, it's all good. I knew what I was signing up for. You didn't know what you signed up for. You thought that
Mm-hmm.
you were gonna hit the lotto, you were gonna hit the Powerball and come out on the other side unscathed, and you finding out, nah, you gotta pay the man like everybody else does.
Real talk.
And that's the issue.
Real
So we
talk.
got to rewire things. We got to have too often we make it also, and that's something else that men have to be honest about. Too often we do reward the hoes one way or the
True.
other,
True. It's unfortunate,
and
but
we
it's
don't
true.
reward the women.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it might not be tricking off on them. Sometimes it might not be giving what they want. Sometimes it's just attention because women like attention. And let's be clear, I'm not saying that in a negative way. I'm not saying that it's a good or a bad thing. Um, People tend to like attention on the whole, but women like attention. Women like to be adored.
Right.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The key is how you go about getting that.
Right.
Men need to start giving that attention, that feedback to the women who are doing the right things and shutting out the women who are not doing the right things. You got to course correct. It's no
The
different
women
from
who are
children.
worthy, the worthy ones.
It's
Yes.
right. It's no different from children. When you have children in the classroom, for example, and you have
Mm-hmm.
the one child that you have all the good children doing what they're supposed to be doing. They're doing their work. They're dedicated. They're getting things done right. They're behaving in class, not causing problems.
Yeah.
But then you have that one child that acts up and wilds out. And usually it's a child that has issues at home, or it's a child that can't compete intellectually in class. They don't get good grades. They don't understand whatever, but they want attention, so they act out. If that child
Right.
consistently gets attention, the whole class has to stop for this one child. The teacher is constantly giving the child attention. The child gets to go outside and maybe walk with security or go in another teacher's room or just do whatever to keep them occupied.
Right.
Eventually, you're going to have some of the good children that are saying, you know what, I'm getting good grades. I listen to the teacher. I do all my work. I don't cause any issues, but I'm
Mm-hmm.
still not getting attention. Let me try what he's on. Now the other kids start acting up because they want attention too.
Real talk.
Contrary to popular belief, getting negative attention is actually not the worst thing. Positive attention is what people crave, but if they can't get that, they'll do what it takes to get negative attention. The worst
Mm-hmm.
thing is no attention at all. It's being ignored. It's
True.
being treated as
True.
if you don't. So
Right.
if we're rewarding these women who are on the right path, on the straight and narrow, by ignoring them, as though they don't exist, we're only focusing on the hoes. A large quantity of women are going to start saying, you know what? Let me pick up the hoe life. I pledge allegiance to the hoe.
Real talk.
Yeah,
Real
straight up.
talk.
So
And you
what
know
we
what?
have to do is we
Yeah.
have to start rewarding the things we want to see. We got to start watering the women that we want to see in the world. We need to call out
Agreed.
the hoes, absolutely, but we need to make sure
Mm-hmm.
that we're watering and pouring back and giving that attention and giving that life into the sisters that are on the straight and narrow. That's
And
how
shout
you
out.
come back.
Agree. And shout out to our sister Felicia Forbes because she's always saying that we need to water the plants that we want to grow. She's absolutely right about that. However, we cannot coddle the weeds. You dig? That's the only problem I have there. You know, we cannot coddle the weeds and continue to allow them to grow in the garden. But yes, we need to water those flowers, and we do that every
The key
week
is
here.
balance.
I feel yes,
The key is
it needs to
balance.
be balanced, and I think we do that every week here. You know, a lot of sisters that I know, they really, really like and respect the crown check segment of the show
Mhm.
because we go out of our way every week to highlight a sister who is out here doing phenomenal work and a sister who carries herself in the royal and regal manner in which she should. And I think that is a beautiful thing, and so do the sisters. That is a big deal because I've had sisters tell me, and shit, every sister who listens tell me that they didn't know about these sisters that we're highlighting and that we're shouting out on our show. They had no clue that such sisters existed at all. This is the women saying this, and they're
Mhm.
thanking us for highlighting the sisters out here who are exuding black excellence to the fullest extent. So, well, point well made, Bobby. I think that we're doing that here. The sisters are co-signing it, and I think that we need to continue to do it on a more broad level. You know what I'm
Oh, we
saying? Like,
appreciate it.
I mean, we highlighted a lot of sisters that are the only criticism that I've gotten of that. We highlight a lot of these sisters that are kind of like in a nebulous type of position to other sisters. Like they're kind of way out there. They don't feel like they can ever attain what they've attained. Some of the sisters are saying they would like to see us shout out more localized sisters that have attained and accomplished things that a more quote unquote regular sister could accomplish. and I kind of understand that. You know what I'm saying? And
I can rock with that.
yeah, I can ride with that. I respect both sides of the argument, but okay, I hear you, sisters. I hear you. So that being said, go ahead. And Ant look like he got something to say. That can't
Oh
go
no
extra
no
low.
no. You guys let me
Let's
know
see about this.
when it comes to crown check. You
Yeah,
guys let me know because, like I say, if you guys have anybody that you guys want to nominate,
I
let
do.
me know. So
Okay,
the thing about it is, when we started the show, we were trying to give uh basically historical women from the past their credit because a lot of times people don't give them their credit. So
real
even
talk.
though they might be a little bit out of reach, um, it's they've been doing it for years and didn't get any credit for it. We talked
Mm-hmm.
about the lady who invented 200 patents. She never got the credit for that. America don't
Right,
give her the credit for that. We
right.
talk about Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, phenomenal sister that don't get the credit for that. Even matter of fact, you had Howard University. So some of these same women that's talking to you probably want to see somebody from Howard University, and Howard University had women, black women, who were shitting on Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, who was
It's
out here trying to
crazy.
improve our whole community. You see what
It's
I'm saying?
insane. It's
So
insane.
that's
Yes.
why we highlight a lot of women from the past because they didn't get the notoriety. Now we have a platform with unapologetic brothers who can put these women out there and give them the notoriety. The Cheney State University HBCU coach that we highlighted, nobody knew about her. She never got her
Mm-hmm.
notoriety, and she passed
Right.
away and died, and nobody knew anything about her. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So we
Real talk.
highlight these people. So yeah,
Mm-hmm.
we can highlight local people. We are going to highlight local people, but
Uh-huh.
for now, we have so many people in our past that a lot of us don't even know about
It's
that
a
didn't
lot.
get the highlight that we're highlighting now. Because I've had a lot of women hit me up that said, "Yo, I never even knew about these sisters like that." You know what I'm saying?
Some
So
of them
Precisely.
were
just
unknown to me
just
Precisely.
too.
alone, that is
Mm-hmm.
huge. You feel me?
Well,
Because now, in order for you to know your past, I mean,
Hmm.
in order for you to get the present, what's going on, you have to know your past. You have to sit back. See, we're looking at everybody now. We're looking at the sisters now doing the great work, but
yeah.
everybody's inspired. Like when you look at basketball, you look at you look at Bill, right? Then you look at Kareem. Then you look at Michael Jordan. Then you look at Allen
LeBron.
Iverson and Kobe, and now LeBron, and then now
Yeah.
you got Guinness. You know what I'm saying? And you got Luca and these other people, but they all came back from people in their past. It all started
Mm-hmm.
with Bill Russell. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? He got 10 rings. You can't knock that. Then you can't knock about Kareem Abdul, who came out and they were lucky that, see, we wouldn't have LeBron breaking records like that right now had it not been
Wouldn't.
for Kareem. You see what I'm saying? Because
And
if
Wilt.
Kareem
Yeah.
had the same, if he had the same access like LeBron did, he would have came out of high school. He was already tall. Remember, Kareem was over there kicking and beating up Bruce Lee in movies because he
Yeah, that
was
was
such a
crazy.
phenomenal athlete and a
Yes.
phenomenal person. You see what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying?
Right.
So if Kareem had came straight out of high school, he wouldn't be breaking it because then Kareem would have had 4 more years on top of his career, and
Right.
he wouldn't have touched that. You feel me? Because I vaguely think that LeBron is going to go another 4 or 5 years. You see what I'm saying? So
Mm-mm. Maybe
like
three.
I say,
Maybe.
you gotta you gotta know the past in order for the current and the future to be great. So that's
Right.
why we highlighted a lot of women from the past because there's phenomenal women out there. And see, the mainstream media give you all these boule women that y'all think is good and they don't do nothing for you. All they do is
Or
photo
work
op with
against us.
you. They'll sit back and do line dances with you because they AKAs and ski it up and all this stuff there, and y'all don't even realize what they're doing to you is harming you. So these are
Hold
not
on.
sisters that we wanna highlight, especially with Kamala Harris. And people,
Oh.
I had to break down Kamala Harris while y'all was sitting here talking about Chucks and Pearls, she specifically used AKA because she could have joined the Delta, she could have joined all these other different groups. She's
Mm-hmm.
seriously picked AKA because she knew that you guys were about Chucks and Pearls. That was part of your apparel. That was part of your makeup. And y'all didn't even realize that Chucks and Pearls in real life, in the coded terms in law enforcement, is prison shoes and handcuffs. And I
Real
broke
talk.
that down. So
Real
y'all
talk.
running around here with shirts that say Chucks and Pearls, and she's around all these black women, and y'all in there giddying up with Kamala Harris, and y'all lighting it up, and y'all having fun and taking all these pictures, and she's sitting here giving y'all a genocide code word of I'm locking y'all up with prison shoes. Because
Not
she's been
even.
locking
Mm-hmm.
up black women, and when we talk about it, y'all get on us about it. And now
Real talk.
she got y'all sitting there saying it, and it's kind of crazy. It's kind of like a black man is a black man that don't know no English come to America, meet up with a racist white man, and the racist white man is telling him to say hello is to say I'm a nigga, right? So he's running around here like I'm a nigga. He thinking he's saying hello. You see what I'm saying? And all the white people laughing.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what is broken down when y'all run around and say Chucks and Pearls with a woman that is locking up black women,
Mm-hmm.
seeing lashes of black women getting beat, Haitian women getting beat in Texas, and tell
Mm-hmm.
y'all she's not putting in any laws like she did for the Asians, but she's
Right.
telling y'all don't come. That's all she
Right.
says, don't come. But this
Mm-hmm.
is supposed to be your sister girl. This is supposed to be somebody that's supposed to have empathy for you, to understand the black girl stride. But see, what happens is you guys sit back and rub shoulders with women that they show you and make you believe that that's your hero or somebody to look up to. So here
Right.
on this platform, we don't want to. That's why we're very uh, real detailed and making sure that we don't give you any type of woman that has been subjected or does the opposite for black society. Like
Correct.
when Major was talking about it, he was talking about let's do some sisters that was riding for that ride for us, that do the stuff that we do. When y'all talk about black women don't do nothing for black men,
Mm-hmm.
right? Then we always say, yes, we know there's black women that don't do that do stuff for black men, and we are highlighting them. We're not highlighting the women that's trying to throw black men under the bus. That's not
Right.
what we do. So we
Real
are
talk.
very meticulous and very detailed about the women that we highlight at the end of the show for a queen check because there's a lot of great black women out there despite all the myths. We're definitely going to do a show about debunking the myths. And despite the
I like
myths of
that.
black women this and black women that, there's a lot of black riders out here. A lot of black riders. And we didn't even highlight Ashtada Shakur, which was a sister that defended a black man and shot a cop in the process of it and had to
Shout
flee
out to
to another
her.
country and
Mm-hmm.
got protection. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
We don't talk about
Right.
that. You know what I'm saying? They don't highlight those type of stuff. The Black Panther women who sat back and made sure that the organization was run while the COINTEL program was trying to destroy the men. And they had worked with the women so much that even when the men were shut down through the government, the women were
Mm-hmm.
still operating it. And they were like, damn. And then the women end up getting Bobby Seale and them people up out of jail. And they were doing a lot of phenomenal things. So when we
Right.
highlight women, we want to make sure we highlight the riders, man. We not highlighting people, the Sambos and the Shuck Jivers and the ones that say they work for NASA. We ain't doing that. We're highlighting the real ones. So yes,
Right.
women, we will have a lot of local heads that you will see. We will also have a lot of local celebrities that are doing great things as well that we're trying to highlight as well.
Real talk.
It's
Look.
not coming, but I just wanted to take that time out to
Mm-hmm.
educate y'all on why we do what we do and the direction we're going in and the process. Remember, we just started, but we're going to be here for a
Right.
while. So we're going to get a
That
lot of people y'all see. So just
that's
stand
what
by.
I told them.
Yeah.
That's what
Go
I
ahead.
told the sister. I'm like, it's early in the game. You dig? It's
Yeah.
real early. We only a few episodes in. We gonna get to everybody. young, old, new, back in the day, we're going to make sure, that we get to these sisters and we highlight them, and we let y'all sisters know how to support them and follow them and so forth and so on. It's a whole movement, and
Yeah.
we're not going anywhere. That's the most important thing. A lot of
Mhm.
people do these videos and these spaces and all that shit. They do it for likes and clicks and clout. They want
Yeah.
to be the popular person. You understand what I'm saying? They want to be the it
Mhm.
girl or the it guy. We don't do it for that purpose. We do it so that we can summon like minded people to come together and work towards accomplishing goals, towards
Right.
accomplishing, even if the goal is just to contribute to the paradigm shift that is much needed. You understand what I'm
Yeah.
saying? We right now in Black society, on a real serious level, we need to shift focus. We focus on way too much bullshit. You understand?
Yeah.
And even if the purpose is for us to shift that conversation to somewhere that it needs to be, something that's a lot more important and something that's going to contribute to empowerment a lot more, that's great. You understand what I'm saying? Even if it is to highlighting some of the other brothers who have been out here for a while that are more visible, that are more involved in the day to day, to send some more people to the Jason Blacks, the Professor Black Truth, the Tariq Nasheeds, the Boyce Watkins, to send them some more people, to people who don't know about them. You understand what I'm saying? To enlighten more people to the work of a Claude Anderson. You understand what I'm saying? If that is
Mhm.
part of the goal, great. But these circular conversations about bullshit that go nowhere, enough with that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, and these people who come out here and they have these just kind of pointless gestures, these symbolic gestures that kind of pad the problem and don't resolve it. You dig? Just so that they can, sell tickets to whatever event or make money for themselves or pedestalize themselves. No, man, that's not what it's about. This is a long haul. This is a down in the trenches slog. This is a fight. You know what I'm saying? And we need people who are going to be out here sharpening their spears and getting ready to go into battle, because it's a very serious thing. There is no quick fix for this. It didn't get like this overnight. So we can't snap our fingers or click our heels and go back to Neverland or wherever the hell. You understand what I'm saying? And think that anything's actually going to happen. No. You need the only solution. I said this before, and I'm gonna say it 1,000 more times. The only solution is to penetrate the psyche of the average, everyday black man or woman and help them understand that we need each other and we need to make significant changes so that we can be worthy of each other. Because we're not raised, let's keep it about. We're not raised and conditioned to be great husbands and great wives. Let's keep it about. We're
Yeah.
not. You dig? We're not taught anything for the most part. Most of us. There's exceptions to every rule. So I don't want to hear that shit about, oh, my mama, cousin, sister, brother, son-in-law, friend. They was conditioned. No, I'm talking about people on the regular, the everyday person. We
Mhm.
a goddamn lie if we come out here and say that in our households every day,
Mhm.
as children, as adolescents, as teenagers, as young adults, we are taught to be good husbands and wives. That's bullshit. We're not. You understand?
Mhm.
And that's part and parcel of what the problem is. Because we're going into this, a husband or a wife is a huge responsibility. You're responsible for a whole ass family. You
Yeah.
did? And you have no tools to go into this task. None in many cases. Some, we got a little something, very few tools, but I mean, most of us, we're not raised with that. So we're going into the match handicap. Bobby Drake can relate to this. You know what I'm saying? Because Bobby Drake fights in competition. What happens when you go into a match handicap, Bob? 9 out of 10, you lose.
Oh,
What are we doing
that's a
right
big.
now? We're losing. You dig? And that's what we have to change. We have to get back into the thought processes of where we're teaching our children to teach our nation. That's where we need to be. If we're not there, we're not doing proper parenting. We're doing a disservice to our communities. Period. Point blank, done. That's what it is. You got a problem with it? See me. Fight me. You understand what I'm saying? But that's what it is. And I'm tired of it because we have the wherewithal to do it. We've done it before. So you got to ask, what's the problem now? You understand what I'm saying? There are very
Yeah.
few wives out here. Over 70% of children born within the last 6 to 7 decades are born to single mothers. That's 70% of young boys being raised in a feminine environment. That's what Lowell says. And he's
Yeah. So
absolutely right. He's absolutely right.
correct.
Go ahead, Ant. Go ahead.
Now, so I want to highlight Luell because like we were talking about brothers that step up and do what they need to do and
Yeah.
check the average mindset of men and women out here.
Yeah.
And brother Luell be doing that on my page. I be
All the
laughing.
time.
I don't
All the
jump in.
time.
People running my inbox like, hey man, this guy, man, you need to regulate people on your page. I said, you're a grown person. If you don't like what he say, you could just block him. I'm
There it
not
is.
blocking him. You know what I'm
There it
saying?
is. Mm-hmm.
And I just be laughing, and he'll come in my inbox and share things with me, and we be chuckling
Yeah.
up and just laughing because it's so crazy how
I like
you
low.
know
I like low.
yeah, he really do his thing. So I just want to show how low got down real quick on my page, so y'all
Yeah.
know what type of dude he is. So I have put up this. I put up, can you be pro-black with
Yeah.
a St. Patrick Day shirt on,
Yeah.
asking for the pro-black community. And what was so
Well,
funny is that the reason why I sparked this conversation because I was seeing a bunch of black people, pro-black people on my page that was running around with uh, Irish leprechauns on their shirt.
Bunch of
Um,
coons. Yeah.
yeah. So, and one of them is the one we talked about, the comic book writer that's mutual friends with us. That
Okay.
you said got handled by Tyreek one day. I didn't get to see
Yeah.
that clip.
That
Um,
happened.
so he was out with a "Kiss Me I'm Irish" shirt on. So
Oh
I
my
just said, you
gosh.
know
Oh
what?
no,
Let me
no,
ask because
no.
he always talks about doing pro-black. Uh, pro-black movies and all this stuff. And I'm like, yo, you up in Comic Con hugging up with white supremacists all day. I'm like, I mean, like, how pro-black can you be? Like, that's crazy. Your pro-black have exceptions, right? So
It's interesting.
on that page, we had Sister Mila. Yo, shout out to Sister Mila.
Shout out to Sister
She be
Mila
doing her
Renee.
thing.
Yeah.
Hey, let me tell y'all, man. Sister Mila, I watched a segment she had the other day,
Uh-huh.
and it's super dope. Oh man, I definitely want when she gets in here, or I'll see her on the next one. I'm definitely give her props on that. Probably next time I
Uh-huh.
have the clip where she has what they
Real
did. I'm gonna
talk.
take an excerpt out of there. But Sister Miller been doing some dope little clips, and she had a YouTube
Listen.
talking about sisterhood the other day, and she was
Yeah.
dropping some real dope stuff on there with
Mm-hmm.
Sister Crystal. So
No
Sister
doubt.
Crystal is also a dope sister as well. She got her books in the background like me, but she got a whole
Yeah.
library back behind her. And they were
No
both
doubt.
chopping up some real good game on their live, and I jumped in with them and I was showing props. So Sister Miller jumped on
See?
and she was like, "No, clowns." So I just put laughing out loud. She was like, "I hate it here, bro, especially with all this foolery these days." And then Lowell said, "For real, right?"
Mm-hmm.
So later on down in the news feed, oh no, this is the
What they got?
wrong one. Okay, so later on down in the news feed,
Got the money, right?
um, hold on, I think this is, hold on, I think I went to the wrong one. Hold on. This might be, no, that's not it. Hold on. No, that's not it. Okay, so hold on, let me see if it's this one. No. Okay, so it was this one. All right, so um, it was said a sister had said something on the page, and Lowell was going back and forth with her, and the sister also was going with it with another guy as well. So it was like sister said, it really is not, but you're entitled to your opinion as I'm to mine. My opinions are not up for debate. Carry on, sir. So Lowell, hold up, I'm gonna mute you right quick. So Sister Lowell, I mean Lowell said, my bad, Brother Lowell said, not a mature response, but okay. She was like, yo, you're entitled to your judgment and opinion. I've never been bothered by an opinion. I have a few of my own, laughing out loud. So Lowell was like, yo, opinions are always up for debate. To say that your opinion isn't up for debate just isn't true, nor is it realistic. This is that, this is all that I'm pointing out. And then it carried on down to, obviously, but I was being sarcastic, shaking my head, meaning I wasn't going to debate over my opinion because I stand firm on what I said, regardless of anyone's opinion. And well, it was like, now this is a logical statement. And then the brother, Castile Noel, said, but still not mature or intelligent, like saying you stand firm, passively aggressive on something, and I don't want to hear intelligent rebuttal about it because it's probably would be grossly incorrect. And you have two brothers. You have Brother Castell, and then you have Lowell that sat back and had to correct their sister because she was trying to show like she was trying to ride the fence a little bit. And Lowell, had to come and check, and the other brother came in as well. So shout out to those brothers, for coming in and saying what they had to say, because we start by correcting the narrative every time we check people on their uh, effery that they come with. And if you have a lot of people that understands what is real out here, what is the facts behind it, what's the real logical way of looking at things, then we start to correct a lot of the false narratives that's out here.
Yes.
This is one of the things that we say with our platform that we like to do is we like to make sure that we're not out here promoting the false narratives and leading people astray in the wrong direction, out here looking like fools when they run across somebody else that's not in our circle that's going to destroy their argument just like that. So we're kind of
Right.
like
Real talk.
protecting you from other people that you can encounter with the same wavelength and intelligence as the brothers that's on my page. Which,
Real talk. Look, let me
okay,
tell you, I
yeah,
have a Lowell story also, and I'm gonna just shout him out real quick. Shout out to Brother Lowell. What I like about Brother Lowell is that he is unapologetic and brutally unapologetic to everybody. He's very consistent, and at the end of the day, we need brothers around like Lowell. You understand what I'm saying? We need, like I said earlier, you can't be afraid to be the shooter. You understand? And in a very not a literal sense, you understand what I'm saying? But in the other sense, Lowell is very much the shooter. I was on a thread with this one character that I almost a few years ago I would have showed up to his house. You understand what I'm saying? But it didn't go there, because I've matured a lot. And
yeah,
thank you, and whatever, and Lowell, just the type of stuff he was saying, he
yeah,
was one of these black male feminists, right?
yeah,
And I think you know who I'm talking about. He's one of these cats, one of these characters that's in the South Florida scene that he kind of failed at something, and we're not going to talk about it. But
yeah,
Lowell came on the post, and Lowell was like, "Man, this is bitch shit you talking. Like, like you sound like a clown, dude. Like you ain't making no sense. You just talking pure bitch made nonsense. You know what I'm saying?" And
yeah,
Lowell really checked him. He just kind of jumped in, and it was unprompted. It was unrehearsed. It was unrequested. But he just kind of came in and like, yo, you way off. Basically, you way off code, and I gotta check you,
yeah,
and I gotta check you hard. And people have a problem with that type of energy from black men, and it's like, nah, we need more. Lowells out here, more brothers who are just unapologetic and unafraid to say anything to anybody. And what
Yeah.
I like about Lowell too, he'll go out of, there's a couple times where sisters have said, oh, he said this, he said that, he went a little too far. And that can always be discussed and
Yeah.
brought in or whatever the case may be, because we're all passionate folks, and sometimes some of us may go a little too far.
Mm.
I never said that he went too far, whatever the case may be, but I just kind of came on the thread and was like, hey, can we all just make sure we maintain the respect or whatever the case may be? And, sometimes that will happen where, the conversation just gets real, real spicy. And, we got to just kind of reel it in. But
Yeah.
this cat, he's very consistent. He's very much an alpha, and, he's very old school. And one thing that's kind of weird that I see lately, in
Mm.
particular with a lot of women, they like to pretend like they weren't raised a certain way. You
Mm.
Mm.
understand? You see, somebody out here gallivanting, carrying themselves like a whore, and you want to pretend that you don't know what that is. I got
Mm.
it. You want to pretend that you don't know what that is. What's wrong with that? Why y'all tripping? You understand?
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, you like to play stupid. And
Yeah.
we're just not with that no more. You know what I'm saying? We're not giving anybody a pass. You know how you were raised. You know right from wrong. You want to play stupid and act, like you don't know what this is, but you know very well what it is. You understand what
Yeah.
I'm saying? And he calls them out on that, as we should. We all know right from wrong. Again, men as a group, we acknowledge the dusty ones among us and the work that they need, and we're willing to do the work, and we're willing to check them and check them hard and check them often. Unfortunately, a lot of these sisters out here always got an excuse, and that's where we're just not seeing any growth. So when you have a brother like that who's willing to come up, let me put this in perspective for you. I went to a couple of panels, right? Relationship, dating and relationship panels. Some of them from a sister that we both know. She did the Heaves drop panel, whatever the case may be. That's Sister Felicia Forbes. Shout out to her. And others. Hers is not the only one. Like last year, I think I must have went to different relationship panels from about 5 or 6 different people. And when you talk to the men and you hear what the men had to say on those relationship panels, a lot of them will get up there and talk some old Derek Jackson bullshit.
Mm.
And, me being the man I am, understanding the situation and the severity of it, I'm like, okay,
Mhm.
well, why y'all brothers up here talking this? Why y'all brothers up here talking this? And you know that it's not true.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Why y'all doing that? And the response was always kind of clearly and unequivocally, man, you know how much pussy is here in this audience? You did? You know how much
Mhm.
pussy is here in this audience? I can't give them too much. I can't give them too much truth. I gotta lie a little bit so I can pander to these females, so I can bang a couple of them. That's where we are. You dig? And so that's the problem that I have with a lot of these cats out here. They're just not being 100. They're not being truthful, and they're still out here pandering to women in the interest of being able to, knock this one down or knock that one down. And that's one thing that you're not going to get here. You're never going to get that here. And so, a lot of sisters, unfortunately, you got a lot of dudes out here just lying to you because they're trying to fuck you. Let's keep it a buck. Can I just be real? A lot of sisters, you're going to have a lot of dudes out here lying to you because they're trying to fuck you. They're never going to tell you what's wrong with you or what you need to correct or, at the end of the day, what it is that makes you someone that they would not select as a wife. You understand what I'm saying? You need somebody you can talk to like an uncle, like a father, like a brother that has no interest in you sexually. This is gonna keep it a buck with your ass. Look, you lacking here. You need to tighten up here. This is fucked up. That is fucked up. You know what I'm saying? And the dudes that you're choosing, This is wrong with them. That's wrong with them. You know what I'm saying? You need a friend, a real friend out here.
A
You know,
solid friend,
and
a male counselor.
a
Oh yeah,
male
I know.
solid friend that's a confidant that ain't trying to fuck you, ain't got no conflict of interest. Look, sister, mm, this is what it is. A lot of
Yeah,
sisters don't have that. And,
yeah.
you know, as,
Well,
as many people criticize Lowell, I think that at the end of the day, he kind of is that person because he's well aware, I'm sure, that he, you know, if there is a female that he likes, the shit that he's saying might turn her off, but he don't give a fuck. And that's
yeah,
how you need to be.
yeah,
Go ahead, Aunt.
yeah.
My bad. Go ahead.
No, I was saying that with you know, Lowell said some real dope stuff earlier about the percentage of women, right? So I
Mm-hmm.
think his comment was this one right here. Um,
Yeah,
that we talked about, you know, over 70% of the children born within the last 6, 7 decades were born to single mothers. That's
that's
70% of the
true.
young boys raised in a feminine environment. And I
That
think
is
that
true.
goes to show last week when we were talking about the LGBT agendas,
Yeah.
and we had that discussion with the one caller. And that's why I was telling her, like, you're not born gay. You're either influenced that way or you had a
Mm-hmm.
traumatic experience where you was molested or raped
Yeah.
and that caused you to go in that direction. You know what I'm
True.
saying?
True.
And I wanted to highlight that point because that was a great point that Lowell made, and it
Mm-hmm.
lines up with this video real quick. So I want to show you this video. And I really wasn't going to show this video because the guy in this video, I bumped heads with him while we was
Okay.
on this. There's a platform called um, Clubhouse. And
Yeah.
when it first launched off, I was on there. I was chopping it up, man. People were looking for me, loving everything about it. But then
Yeah.
after a while, it started getting real catty and feminine, and a lot of dudes was up here pandering to other women and stuff like that. And I
Right.
remember I was talking about submission, and I was
Mm-hmm.
describing the submission about how men submit to women and women submit to men, and they was
Yeah.
like, "Oh no, it's women submit to men, and then you know men don't submit to women." And I was like, "Damn!" But I had a clip that I wasn't gonna play because I'm a definitely do a segment on submission, a whole segment on submission, so we could really get that whole detail out. And I also want to contact uh, this woman therapist that she's super dope. She's married and everything. I had a clip from her earlier, but I said, you know what? Let me save it for the next program because she's super dope, and I definitely want to save it for her if I could get her on with us.
No
But
doubt.
she even broke that stuff down like that, and I was like, see. So this guy, I bumped heads with him because he was over there pandering with other women, trying to build his cloud up, and eventually
Yeah.
he built his cloud up. Um, he built his cloud up on Clubhouse, but he ended up building his clout even more by taking a lot of Kevin Samuels talking points and running with it.
Mm-hmm.
So, but
I know who you're talking about.
he made a good statement,
Mm-hmm.
and I wanted to back it up. I wanted to show to back up the statistics that Lowell was talking about, so people don't look at Lowell and say, "Oh, he just talking to be talking." So I'm gonna play this
Right.
video real quick, and y'all listen to what he said. All right.
No doubt.
Are
Mm-hmm.
literally the worst parents on the entire planet. That's the first
Mm-hmm.
thing. And statistics back that. So over 70% of young men that grow up under a single mother in particular, end up in prison. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, 68% of young women that grow up under a single mother in particular end up a single mother herself. But when it comes to a two-parent family and a single father household, a young man has a 90% chance of never going to prison. And that is one of the biggest differences why we men have to go get our children from these freaking women. That is an issue, because the reason why so many of us are messed up is because we were all, or most of us, were raised by women, which are the worst parents on the entire planet.
Yeah. So
Mm.
I wanted to basically show the statistical part of it. I really too much don't vibe with Buddy
Statistically,
like that. He does what he do, but I'm too much not on the same page with Buddy because I see how he's trying to play the game to get his views up. Hey, no
Hmm.
disrespecting him. Do your thing. We got our platform. We do our thing. Just different
Hmm.
directions, and trying to
Right.
achieve a different type of goal and everything like that. But I did want to
Hmm.
just highlight what Noel was saying to let everybody know that what he was speaking was from a statistical level. And that's what I said. This platform is so powerful because we come
Yeah.
out here, we got brothers that show you the statistics of things, and we have videos and people that will back up the statistics with statistics. So you're gonna get a lot of knowledge out here. So I wanted to highlight that because he said, fellas, you got to go out there and go get your children. Let me tell you something. I've talked to a lot of judges. I've talked to a lot of prosecutors, and these are black women, right? And
Yeah.
they always tell me like brothers don't come in court fighting like they supposed to. The ones that do fight get everything that they want because they
Mm.
see the judge empathize with them and say, yo, they see the receipts, they see what the father's doing, and they don't have no tolerance with the woman, and they give the guy majority of the rights because they see that he's doing stuff and they want to encourage that. But they always tell me
Hmm.
like we need more men to go out there and go get these children. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of men think that they can't get their children because
Hmm.
they think that women automatically get the rights, or it's hard to prove this. When you are documenting everything, the reason why it's not is hard is because Negroes don't like to use receipts unless it's some Jordans that they got to take back or something else that they got to hold on
Yeah.
a receipt because they might take back. Otherwise, from that,
Right.
they don't want to do with no receipts. They want to deal with cash. They want to do everything straight out of pocket, no trace. And the problem with you doing that, when you're shooting the money out there, there is no way to say it. It's your word versus hers. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
understanding how to do the paper trail, how to
Hmm.
correctly, show that she's denying you access when you want. Because a lot of women want to dictate when you see your child, even if the court orders say it, they still want to dictate when you can pick them up, or they'll violate over your agreement. If you're supposed to get her this weekend, but her family coming in and want to see her, instead of telling you, they just say, "Oh no, I can't give her this weekend. You'll get her next
Hmm.
weekend." And a lot of times
Right.
the men just have to take it because they get aggressive. They automatically in the bad, in the wrong. So you got to be very strategic about it. I know my homeboy is a barber. We're gonna get down to trying to help out a lot of brothers. We're working on something to do that. But a lot of brothers out here, man, y'all go get y'all children, man. If you know that and don't go get your children, try to get your children if you know you're a dusty dude. I'd rather the child be with the mother if you're gonna be a dusty dude, because I
Right.
don't need
Right.
a dusty
Right.
ass ignorant motherfucker. At least a motherfucker could be feminine with some goddamn little bit of qualities, but not no damn dusty dude. Like we don't need more
Yeah.
dusty dudes. You know what I'm saying? But there's
Real talk.
quality men out there that
Want
are
to
out
solve
there
positive.
that build this fortitude of 90% success rate under their household. Those are the guys
Hmm.
that I encourage to go out there and go get your child. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
it was so funny because I had a video clip of I had a video clip of a woman who was crying because the guy went out there to go get the child. And then what happened was the judge ended up giving the woman the children. But here's the kicker: he gave her the
Mm.
children and told him he didn't even have to pay nothing. So she was like, okay, so I
Mm.
get all the children, I get the children, and he doesn't pay me nothing. Now the children are my responsibility. Yeah,
That's
because
great.
he showed everything, and you kept being
Hmm.
adamant about taking the children, even though he was paying. And he was like, all right,
Hmm.
fuck it, you do it by yourself then. And that's
Yeah.
what I'm
Real
saying.
talk.
Sometimes you might not get the children, but then you end up getting it in the back end. Now, the only people that
Mm.
suffer in these situations, regardless, is the
Yeah.
children. And I hate to
Yeah.
see the children suffer because people can't get together and co-parent in a healthy way. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But go out there and get your children, young men. And I'm telling you, please go out there and get your children. There's nothing more of a pride of joy of having your own children. I don't have children, but I can tell you when I was raising children, that the women I was dealing with, man, it was such refreshing. I used to sit down and take my stepdaughters to go get ice cream, and I would just talk about just life and giving them good games so that they don't fall victim to these dudes out here. You know what I'm saying? It was
Right.
just that type of level of communication and encouraging and mentoring was so it was so powerful, and also it was sufficient to me because I was learning from them about what they're dealing with in their era, because a lot of times they're dealing with things that we don't even deal with. So I was gaining extra knowledge for myself to give other people solutions based on the issues that they were dealing with. So I can go back and do the research and figure out what was a good solution based on this problem. So it's
Hmm.
actually it's a seesaw, right? So you growing,
Right.
you're going up, they're going down, they go up, you go down. It was a seesaw. So it was they were making me strong and I was making them stronger. You know what I'm saying? But the thing about it is we had the conversation, we had the dialogue. I was there
Right.
for them. I was there in their lives, making a big difference. And like I tell people all the time, I had my stepchildren actually taking they were in middle school taking high school credits, and they were in high school taking college credits. So this is how see, her mother didn't think of this, and her father never thought of this. It just took somebody like me who understood it, who knew about it, who also gave them the opportunity to say, hey, you don't have to be this child that's in the newspaper, because when we see children in the newspaper that's 14 years old that's graduating college, we be sitting back thinking that these children are made by the coneheads or some aliens from another planet. And the reality of it is that a
Mhm.
lot of the parents just invested more into their children than other parents invested in their own children. That's the only
Yeah.
difference. So, I was telling them to do it and they end up doing it. And guess what? They were doing things that other parents never told their children to do. So they had the upper leg on them. You know what I'm saying? But this
Right.
is what I said, the knowledge is power. Once it applies to it, once you apply it, it's definitely a very powerful thing. But
Mhm.
men, you're very powerful. Understand how much weight you hold in society. There's a reason why people don't attack weak people. I'm gonna tell you that. They don't attack weak
Right.
people. They don't
Nope.
attack weak establishments. They don't attack weak forts. They attack the strongest shit. So
Yeah.
because the weak stuff, they already know they can handle that and there ain't no threat. So there's no need to attack or waste bullets or anything like that. We go after the
Right.
strongest stuff. And that's why men have been under attack for the longest, because men, black men in particular, are dynamic duo. We're exceptional race of people. We're exceptional race gender. You know what I'm saying? We are the foundation of society.
True.
Alongside our women, we're both
True.
collectively um, can conquer the world when we align together. This is why when you look at the African statues, you always see the man, child, woman in one unity. It's all on the same line because
Right.
together we bring the power. So that's
Hmm.
why we're out here trying to enlighten you and tell you why is it so important for us to line up and not be on this bickering and division stuff. Because once we line up, man, we definitely out here making waves, and we need to
Yes.
line up more. We need to line up more, because what's coming this way, we're not going to survive when we're divided, because there's a lot of things coming into play. The AI, we can see it now. I go to Burger King, I go to Taco Bell. If I'm driving in the truck and I stop for a quick snack, I'm going in these places. These people got a big stand-up billboard inside the dang inside in the lobby that says
Yeah.
Yep.
apply now. Here, click link. They got a
Yes.
QR code trying to get people to work, because they saying people don't want to work. And
It's
what happens
insane.
is when they're putting this energy out there, when they're pushing this, we as black people, especially our black men, you're gonna suffer the most if you don't get ahead of the ball, because what happens is when the AI comes in and takes over the job, where it's a job where you might need 7 people, I can do
Yeah.
6 robots and get one person. And the one person is gonna
Oh,
be
yeah.
either a white male, Majority
Right.
of the time, it's going to be a white male. It's not going to be a woman out there in the field like that.
Right.
And if it is a woman in the field, it's going to be a white woman. So
Uh.
black men and black women got to understand what's coming now is going to attack both of y'all. So when y'all thinking y'all up and thinking that y'all out here doing it, trust me, y'all have not seen the worst that's coming, that's yet to come.
Nah,
And
hard.
I'm just trying to
Correct.
get you guys prepared for what's going on. So it's good for us to sit back and solidify. It's good for us to have platforms like this where we could teach, because nobody else is out here telling you this stuff. Everybody's telling you how to party, how to jump on planes, how to go out here and just act a fool, what drugs to smoke, and things like that, which is counterproductive of anything in our community. And it only aids the dysfunction in our community, and it doesn't eradicate it, and it doesn't put us as a community forward and to protect ourselves from what's coming. So I definitely wanted to leave
Right.
that point with y'all, and then you could chop it up and y'all take it
Definitely.
from there.
Listen, go, Bob, because I want Bob to jump in. I ain't heard from Bob in a minute. I just want to put it in there, man. I'm in IT. I'm an
Yeah.
IT professional, and they put it out there for us all the time. In IT, those of us that are in IT, that, hey, man, y'all better, a very good place for you to go will be to go into robotics and AI, because that
Yeah.
is the future. And they're always talking about how many jobs are going to be lost to AI, how many jobs are going to be lost to robotics. So I'm gonna just put that out there and let my man Bobby Drake pick it up, because I know he's also studying IT, and he probably has a thing or two to say about that.
Oh, absolutely. I'm in the field myself now. Been here for several years. I was very blessed and fortunate. Before I was here, I was in the education sector. And
Hmm.
not because of the pandemic or anything, but that wasn't where I had designs to be in previously. I ended up finding myself there trying to get someplace else. And I was hitting my head in the wall. I wasn't making any progress. And instead of, I saw myself starting to get complacent. And that right there is one of my man laws as well too. Try to fight complacency. Don't just operate from a position of scarcity. Operate from an abundance mindset. So I realized
Right.
I'm not where I want to be. I'm accepting this. I don't want to just accept this. I don't want to be in this. And also, I have a very high esteem and respect for education. A number of people in my family are in education, as far as professions and careers go. So I have a very huge respect for the field. There are some fields you can be in where you can be a placeholder, and that's cool. But I felt as though I was taking up space where people who had that burning passion, they had that purpose, that drive to be there. I felt like I was holding a spot that somebody who needed to be there should be in, and so I didn't just become complacent with collecting a check, just coasting. I felt like, you know what, if you're gonna do that, go someplace else. And so I went ahead and jumped in the field, and just so happened, right when I made that transition and started getting settled, the pandemic hit. So when everybody else was having
Mm.
to adjust, to go ahead and try, recover and try and deal with, unemployment, and everything, I was cooling. It's a blessing. But I was happy to
Right.
make the transition. And I've been here ever since, and I'm grateful. I'm looking to go further, and farther above. But to avoid what's coming, you don't necessarily need to jump into the IT field. I understand that that's not for everybody. Everyone doesn't want to work with technology computers, but what you need to do is you need to go ahead and move from a place where you're doing unskilled labor. If you're doing something that's entry level, if you're doing something that doesn't require much skills, it doesn't call for advanced degrees or certifications or training, you need to get up out of there because
Right.
those jobs are the ones that come in to undercut you on. We don't live in the days
Hmm.
anymore where you can go and work a factory job and you get a 401k, you have a pension, you have a union that's going to protect you. You
Right.
can feed your whole family of three or four or five from this one job. We don't live there anymore. That's not our reality
Right.
anymore. Those jobs are going to be the first ones to get undercut, and they're feeling the pressure right now. You need to get yourself a
Hmm.
skilled profession, get a skill, get a trade, right now to this day for years, for decades now, really, they've been struggling to find people to take these skilled trade positions. HVAC, especially we know that with all the climate change that's going on, with the struggle for all these different countries and nations to try and get the planet to sustainable temperatures where life can be sustained. You don't have to worry about all these disasters. Right now, HVAC, that field is popping like never before right now. You can make a killing in that field. If you're in
Real talk.
plumbing, if you're looking at getting into plumbing, into sewage, whatever, that's major right there. They need people to get in those fields and trades. Even some of the
Right.
construction, to get in those areas. I have a good brother. Shout out to my brother Alonzo up in New York. He's doing big things. He's around the corner from completing his apprenticeship. My dude Shinua, I think he's up in Wisconsin, but he has a hell of a story to tell. He's been exposed to so much racism and discrimination and pushback in that field. I think he said he started that field about 4 or 5 years ago on the road to becoming a journeyman. And I think he said just in his class, it started out with 12 brothers in the field, and now here he is about to go ahead and walk into being a full-fledged um, practitioner in his field. Only about 3 or 4 of those brothers, including himself, have left. He said, but he was able to tough it out, and now he's going to walk into some
Nice.
real good stability. So I'm glad he was able to weather the storm. But those are the places that you need to be at. Those are the places they don't want us to be in, but those are the places we need to be in because they can't touch that. If you're doing unskilled labor,
Right.
your job isn't worth much. That's why you don't get paid as much as other places because it's relatively easy work. You don't have to even speak English. You don't have to be intelligent necessarily to perform those functions. It's just basically dead work, and it might be important work, but they don't need people to do that. That's why they're able to get machines to go ahead and step in for you. You need to do some stuff
Real talk.
that a machine can't walk in and replace you at, or they can't just take any old person off a plane, train, or boat or automobile and completely
Yes.
your position.
Yes.
So it calls for some work, it calls for some training, it calls from some know-how, but you got to be able to get in there and do what's difficult.
Mm.
Everything can't be easy. Everything can't be something that you like. You know, my mother, my grandparents, they told me years and years ago that you have to learn to find ways to make things fun or enjoyable. So that's part of adulthood, right? Everything can't be a party. Everything can't be turn up time. Sometimes, to be honest, there's ways where you can find ways to get enjoyment out of what you do, but sometimes there is no way to enjoy what you do. It just sucks. But you got to find ways
Right.
to find your enjoyment outside of that and use your work as a vehicle to get to the life that you want to live at, right?
Yes.
One of my
Yes.
man, like one of my rules is that I believe that it's good for everybody, but I believe men need to have at least 3 hobbies. You need to have a hobby that can make you some money, a little side hustle, something that you enjoy. You need a hobby that's going to keep you in shape, keep you healthy, whether it's the gym, whether it's
Okay.
martial, whether it's maybe you're a runner, you do triathlons or races. You need to do something that's going to keep you physically fit, and you need to have a
Hmm.
hobby that go ahead and allow you to be creative. So you don't got to be the next rapper
Nice.
to blow. You don't have a mixtape that's dropping. Maybe it's writing poetry. Maybe it's art. Maybe it's drawing. Maybe it's painting. Maybe it's something a little outside the box. Maybe it's woodworking. Maybe you make furniture. You make little wood carvings, or what have you. Maybe it's sculpture. Maybe get your little 3D printer and you go ahead and you create things, whatever. And sometimes you can even flip those things into making you money as well too. Maybe it's
Right.
pottery,
Right.
something outside the but and the thing is, you don't have to be good at it. That's the trick.
Hmm.
A lot of people will take those things and say, well, my art sucks. I don't make great drawings. I do stick figures, or I can't paint, or I don't have good at. It doesn't matter. You don't even have to share those hobbies with anybody else. All that matters is that you enjoy it, you like it, and you're expressing yourself. That's
I
what's
like
important,
that.
especially for men, because typically we don't get a chance to express ourselves too often outside of physical things. But you can express yourself in some non-physical things. You can use art as a medium to express yourself, to get feelings and emotions out in a healthy way. You don't have to worry about people judging you or holding it against you. Write down stuff. Write.
I love it.
Keep a journal. But
I
find ways
love
to
it.
express. get what's in here and what's in here out there. Hell, you can write letters, long ass letters,
Mm-hmm.
ball them things up and throw them in a fire later or burn them up, and no one but you and God gets to see it. But whatever's in you, you need to find something that lets you express yourself. Find something that's going to make you money. Find something else that's going to go ahead and let you express yourself, and find something else that's going to keep you healthy and keep you fit and in shape. You know, but do all those things, and your work doesn't have to do any of those things. So those three things can be your outlet. When work sucks, when they're really on you this week, or it's the project that's got you stressed out, that you're under the gun, those three things can be your escape and your way out. So get yourself out of these fields that aren't doing anything, they don't have any growth, that got you stagnant, and progress. Remember what I keep saying: you're either growing or you're dying. If you're
Mm-hmm.
stagnant, if you're not moving, you're dying. So kill that mindset, bury that mindset. Find a field that's going to challenge you, that you're going to have to work towards, that's going to push you, and that's going to have you constantly challenging yourself.
Love it. Very well said, brother. But that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Look, bruh,
That's,
you killing it. Look,
Solutions. We will lay out the problems for you. We will lay out the state of the union as such as it is. But what we also will do on this platform is we gonna give you some actual action stuff. We gonna put something in your pocket.
mm,
uh-huh.
We're not just gonna tell you how much you owe, but we're gonna tell you how you can pay off that debt. So
Yes. Yes.
that's what separates us. We have some other space that do the same thing, but we're trying to move towards that. We're not just trying to point out the problems, miss the spot, miss something over here. We're gonna give you the paintbrush with some paint on it.
There
yeah.
you go. There you go. Look, man, check this out. I like the way you're positioning what you're saying, and you're keeping it within the realm of creating man laws, because that's what tonight's show is about, right? Man laws. We need to establish a code of conduct among men. Certain
Amen.
things we just do, certain things we just do not do, and we are uncompromising in that regard. We got to get back to that. It's so many dudes out here with no integrity that'll toot up their ass and crack open their booty hole in a minute because they feel like it's going to get them ahead in life. You understand what I'm saying? No pun intended,
Can't
but you understand where I'm coming from. They feel like it's going to get them
can't
ahead in life. And what that says is that you are not a man. You are not even a respectable human being, let alone a man. I said some time ago in in the show that I was on, I think it was 945 Live. I said a man who is a slave to his appetites belongs to the enemy. And my grandmother taught me that. I must have been 4 or 5 years old when that lady taught me that. But it still rings true to this day. We have to become men that we can trust as other men. You understand what
hmm
I'm saying? It's certain things we just should you shouldn't be able to they shouldn't be able to pay you to do certain things. You got guys out here, sleeping with their best friend's wives, got kids by them. You understand what I'm saying? You got guys out here, they got two women pregnant at the same time when they're supposed to be married or in a committed relationship. No integrity, lack of integrity. If you don't have integrity, you are not a man. Period.
Period.
I want to send this out to all these rappers in the industry that then got on the casting couch and did something strange for a piece of change to get a record deal. You dig? I want to send that out to all of you. You are not men. And I know it's quite a few of you out there, but you can come back from that. There is redemption, but you have to be uncompromising as a man. You understand what I'm saying? I know a friend of mine, right? His homie, he was going through some problems with his girl. I'm not gonna put his name out there, but he's going through some problems with his girl. And he called me, to chop it up with me and talk to me about the problems he was going through and how, you know, it was just something he didn't think that was reasonable, for, him to resolve, and that they had some irreconcilable differences. And, part of what was happening is that this other dude from the job was calling this girl and putting all kind of shit in her ear, and I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. Why is this dude even calling your woman like that? You understand? Like, why? It didn't make sense to me. And this is where we start talking about boundaries. A
Boom.
very big part of man laws. We can't talk about man laws without talking about boundaries. You understand? You got a lot of cats that's out here in certain spaces they just shouldn't even be in because they don't have the wherewithal to be in that space as a friend, as a homie, as a confidant, as an associate. You shouldn't be, even in my view, even having regular conversations with your home. You influence a again, you're impacting the relationship, making it so that he can't make headway and he can't talk to her because of you in her ear. I told
Mm-hmm.
him, I'm like, bro, I would have did it a long time ago. I have very strict rules regarding these things. And guys really, in the dating and relationship realm, because largely in part, what this show is to talk about dating and relationships and some of the violations that we should not make within that realm. We want to make sure we talk about those things. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of cats do some very shady things, with regards to their homies, girl, or just women in general. I have a rule, and I feel like all guys should have this rule. You know what I'm saying? If I rock with a girl, if you rock with a girl, not even me, if I rock with a girl and I see, you want to rock with her, there should be a conversation at the very least. You know what I'm saying? But if you rock with a girl, I'm absolutely not gonna rock with her. That is like some to me. That's a serious man code, and a lot of us violate that, and that's why we end up getting in
Yeah.
fights, shooting each other, all kind of shit. It's usually over a female, and I think that when it comes to
Bad.
females, because as much as guys don't want to admit it, we get very sensitive when it comes to females, right? That's when we tend to get, a little in our feelings. We tend to get a little emotional. We have to
Mm-hmm.
have very strict rules when it comes to females. I go out of my way, for instance, to never, when I refer to sisters, I don't use pet names when I refer to sisters. And I think that needs to be a man law across the board. If you don't have nothing going on with a sister, you don't need to be calling her baby, sweetheart, honey, none of that shit. Because
Mm-hmm.
it has a connotation. It means something. You don't know what people's triggers are. I used to date a girl who fell head over heels for me because I was the first guy who ever called her beautiful. It didn't mean shit
Mm-hmm.
to me, but for her, it was a big deal. You understand what I'm saying? And I feel like a lot of time we give the attention that we should be giving to our women to random women. You dig? We got to be careful about
Right.
that. And, that brings us back to our brother Shannon Sharp. Real quick before I let y'all jump on this. I don't know if you had the clip already queued, but I got to talk about the Shannon Sharp situation. I don't feel, he had a run in with Candy Burris. She was on the show, all that. And I don't really feel that Shannon was trying to be fresh or go out of his way or be disrespectful. But one of them big old paws was on her side, real near to her ass, you dig? And everybody had a goddamn fit. Now, a lot of us pointed out that, her husband didn't say, like, they tried to say about Sierra, oh, when she ran out the house naked, basically, to accompany this man at the Oscars, oh, her husband didn't say nothing, so it must be fine. And we pointed out the hypocrisy. Oh, Candy Burris' husband didn't say nothing, so it must be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of calling out the hypocrites, right? But we also need to talk to Brother Shannon, like, bruh, you in a nice position, you kicking, you a big time public figure out here. You need to be more careful of that and be more mindful of how you're positioning yourself. You know what I'm saying? And as men generally, we need to be more careful of how we, position ourselves in regards to something like that. Because, feminism and the Me Too movement and all this shit, it's real. And something like that can destroy your career like that. You feel me? So I just wanted to go ahead and add that. Y'all boys can go ahead and jump in, man. What y'all got to say?
It's funny that you said some of the things that you said, Major. And
Mm-hmm.
again, and this is the next other conversation that we've had before. So it's not like you
Yeah.
said something or I said something, and we just echo each other. Um, Dead ass. I've had that same mental thought process before about that, and it comes with, and I think it's something that is native to people who have a growth mindset and are actively looking for ways to improve and to step themselves up. They're not waiting for an incident to occur necessarily for them to make a change, but they're actively looking to go ahead and one up themselves and get better. Because I
Right.
had that same realization. I couldn't tell you how long I've had it for. I couldn't tell you when I first started, when I became aware of it. I just
Yeah.
know that I do it now and I've been doing it for quite some time.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the things that I do is I'm very mindful because I don't necessarily refer to women that I'm not attached to with pet names per se, but I will use
Right.
some terms, like it's not uncommon for me to call a sister beloved or call her love or
Mm-hmm.
dear or whatever, and I mean it with all respect and I'm affection. I mean it in a state of affection.
Yeah.
If I'm checked or rebuked for it, I don't necessarily take it personal.
Mm-hmm.
I'll understand. Okay, there's something there, but it's a preference thing. It's cool. It's all good, and I'll refer to them the way they want to be referred to. But one of the things that I do for that same reason about
Mm-hmm.
stories of helping people is I make a mental note.
Right.
If you're gonna call it love, beloved, or whatever, say that. Do not use the word my. Do not make it an ownership thing where I'm saying you are my such and such, because that
Mm-hmm.
to me is reserved for my significant other. There might be a
Right.
hundred different loves out there. What's up, love? How you doing, love? I hope you're doing well, love.
Mm-hmm.
But there's only
Mm-hmm.
one my love. Only one woman gets that from me. Or
Mm-hmm.
how you doing? I like that. Oh, you killing an idea, but there's
Mm-hmm.
no how are you, my dear. That's an
Right.
intimate. Now this isn't just a generic thing. I'm making it specific. You are the
Mm-hmm.
one dear, beloved, loved, or whoever that is associated with me. And there's some I, in general, won't say. I'm never gonna call someone Bay or I might use boo here and there. Depends on the relationship. If that's not someone that
Right.
I'm cool with on the level, I'm not going to use that pair. I'm not going to use it with a stranger because again, I'm not trying to put that in the atmosphere or sow that
Right.
seed one way or the other. But it's
Mm-hmm.
about being mindful, taking the time out to think about how I'm addressing people, not just
Right.
all recklessly in the world, but actually being mindful about how I'm moving, what I'm doing. And my very nature, anyways, is I tend to also, again, understanding self by default, I can be a playful and a flirtatious person. So I have a
Right.
flirtatious personality anyways. And I
Mm-hmm.
actually had this conversation, I think about a few weeks ago with somebody I was on a status I made. I've made it a point. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean this can still get you in trouble, but
Yeah.
I've made a point to not flirt. And again, if I'm flirting, that doesn't necessarily mean I'm shooting my shot. I think I do a pretty good job of shooting my shot when I'm shooting it.
Right.
But again, people are different. But I make an active point to not flirt. I'll be respectful, I'll be playful, but to not flirt or make any flirtatious statement with a woman that I
Mm-hmm.
find attractive because there have been some situations where I said something flirtatiously, jokingly, and all of a sudden, sister who I'm not attracted to, she took that as her answer. And I got to be like, whoa, easy there,
Mm.
easy there.
Mm.
How you doing?
Right.
Then I had to let them down, or I had to, be very curt or very dismissive in how I address them to kind of hopefully be subliminal and get them to think, okay, so this isn't working out. Or in some cases, just be a bit more obvious, like this ain't gonna go the way you're hoping it's gonna go to. But that was my
Mm-hmm.
fault.
Right.
I I, I put that in a situation, so now I get mindful of. Worst case scenario, don't do what someone you don't find attractive. So worst case scenario, if this does go that path, well, at least this could be something that might be worth looking into. But
Right.
even you're not in that mind space, again, communication, be mindful of how you present yourself. That's another one of the man laws that I have. Try to be intentional with your words. I believe that men, we should
Agreed.
do a lot less speaking and a lot more acting. In other words, you should treat your words like currency. Your word and your words. One of the movies that I find very impactful, I haven't watched in a long time, and I think it's good for me to go ahead and dig it up at some point this week and watch it again.
Yeah.
I can't remember it, but that movie with Eddie Murphy, I think it's like 1,000 words or 100 words, whatever. But the basic premise of the movie, if I can remember it properly, is that there's this tree in his backyard or some yard that he encounters, and Eddie Murphy, I think he's either a salesman or he's somebody who's very good with words. You know, he says a lot of
Right.
things, makes promises he doesn't keep. He's just, he's one of these. I don't want to call him a con man, but he's very loquacious. He got the gift of gab.
Yeah.
When it comes to talk, that's your dude, silver
Mm-hmm.
tongue.
Got it.
And something I think what happens is he breaks a promise to his daughter. He promised his daughter, I think, something, and ends up breaking his promise, break his word. And
Right.
something happens with a curse on him, whatever, where there's a tree, and the tree has X amount of leaves on it. And every
Right.
time he says something, I think that isn't true, a leaf will drop off the tree. No, no. Oh, I think I remember this. The daughter makes a wish in front of this tree, and I think he happens to walk up behind her. She doesn't know he's there, but he overhears her, and she makes this wish, and I think the tree grants or whatever. So every time he opens his mouth to make a promise that he doesn't keep or whatever, or that's a lie, no, the leaf drops off the tree, and she's like, I wish my father could only tell the truth, whatever. Sort of liar, liar. But I forgot what the consequences. But something bad will happen if the tree runs out of leaves, whatever. And so he
Right.
now is on this mission to change his life and to be intentional with the things he says, and to cause him to really check himself to really realize, damn, I'm reckless out here with what I'm saying, how I present myself.
Right.
And so I feel like men should be very intentional about the things they say. They
Yes.
need to do a lot less speaking and a lot more action. People should be able to see the way you move, the way you operate, and understand I know what he's about based off of how he moves. And another
Agreed.
thing it's part into that, but I think it's important that it merits its own law for me. I also believe that men's word should be their bond as much as possible. If you
Yes.
say something that platinum plated, you could take it to the bank and cash on that. But in conjunction with that, because we're talking about that, you need to also not set yourself up for failure. So as much as possible, avoid places, people, things, and promises that you cannot keep, and it's going to compromise your word. So if you hang with cats that you know are going to put you in positions where your word is going to be violated, you'll need to be around them.
Agreed. Yes.
You can't don't stay out here making promises that you know are outside your reach. If you got to let people know, I can't promise you this, but I'm going to do the best that I can to fulfill it. But be very intentional with what you're saying, with men and with women alike. Be that
Mm-hmm.
person where you say it, it has platinum plated weight because it came from you.
Has power.
So it
Yes.
means a lot. And like you said, nowadays integrity has become a rare mythical creature. You're probably going to bump into a unicorn before you bump into people's integrity out there like that.
Real
It's
talk, man.
it's a
Real
wasteland
talk.
out.
Mm.
But all the more reason to go ahead and get that up because, like anything else, when there's scarcity, there's higher value.
Right.
So the scarcity, the low supply now creates that demand. So people who have that integrity, you're going to be more valued. You're going to have more of a say. You're going to be more sought out. You're going to have a higher worth than those people who they open their mouth and it means nothing. So, brothers, we have to get to that point where what we say is law, not just because we enforce it, but because we know that it's backed by something solid and people can see that in us.
That's real.
Definitely.
That's real, brother. That's real. Go
Yeah,
ahead, and what you got?
no, it makes a great point. I think a lot of people don't understand when it comes down to men. We have to do a better we have to do a better job with group economics within the men's society, within our own community, with against us as men. Um,
Mm-hmm.
you know, not being shisty individuals to each other and going out there to get money with each other. One thing I do notice is that when you come to black women, they'll get money with each other. They don't have to like each other, but they'll get some money with each other.
Real
Um,
talk.
and I think a lot of black men struggle with getting money with each other because we have an ego of trying to outshine each other. So
Right.
if I'm out here trying to get all the money, I'm gonna get all the money and I'm gonna brag about how I'm getting all the money. because I want all the women, I want all the attention, and I don't want it on any other person. And then when you have people around you that's envious to that because they know you got the lick, but you're not trying to share it, that's why you have a lot of close friends that will set you up, rob you, and sometimes even killing you and ending your life over that jealousy. So I
Yeah.
think it's very important for us to get together and start growing money with each other. And I'm going to show you this clip of somebody very famous that everybody knows, and a lot of people did not know this what he did for him and his people. All right.
All right.
These guys were the guys before they even knew that they were the guys. But the biggest compliment that I can get is for you guys to walk into a business room without me.
We didn't get our shot because we had degrees from Harvard or we had MBAs from Yale. We got our shots because someone saw us, people saw us, LeBron specifically saw us, and believed we deserved a shot. I would take it. I would take it. Each one of us play a very different role. Randy is his chief of staff. Everything flows through Randy. Schedule, meetings, business ideas. Rich has been his agent, deals with anything NBA related. Everything else kind of falls to me, whether it's investing and business partnerships and starting Uninterrupted and starting Spring Hill and kind of being LeBron's partner in all things non-NBA.
I don't want nobody to think, this is my entourage.
It looks like an entourage.
We ain't carrying no business. This is my business side. King James Inc. We're trying to lock down the business side.
Okay.
This is my personal stylist. You might seen him in a Sprite commercial with me. So he doing business thing.
Right.
Yeah. So I definitely wanted to show you guys that.
Shout out to Libro. Yeah.
Randy had a bunch of individuals that was around him, and he set them up with different avenues. So you have Rich Paul, which you saw when he put Rich Paul out there. You remember Rich Paul started getting a lot of hate from a lot of the other white agents out there because
Right.
he didn't go
Always.
through he didn't go through the
Always.
secret society to
Insane.
get he didn't go through the secret society to elevate. He took the back door route through LeBron and then ended up
Right.
being so dynamic that all the players wanted to be under Rich, and it was messing up the white folks' money. And they got very
Right.
jealous about it because he didn't go to school for it or nothing like that. And like I tell people all the time that you don't have to go to school to be successful. And we always hear that one saying that said, it's not what you know, it's who you know. And
Right.
sometimes in those cases, it do pan out for you for the better. And one of the things that I thought was pretty dope is that he had everybody around him pretty much didn't have they weren't set up in the avenue that they went to be successful. And that just goes to show you all you got to do is basically show a brother what he got to do, and the brother take off and make shit happen. The problem
That's
is
it.
we don't get the opportunity. We don't give each other the opportunity because we have a mental, I want to say a psychological disorder, a Stockholm syndrome, where we feel
Right.
that white society does things better than our own people.
hmm
And we can see time after time that is far from the truth because um, we can see that in society, we noticed that a lot of great things that have been built and have been created is from black people and a lot of black men. And we even highlighted that on one of the episodes earlier this year with Latimer, right? So we had Latimer, who was the guy who was right underneath Thomas Edison. So Thomas Edison gets all the credit, and Latimer is the one that was behind the scene doing everything. Yet everybody only noticed Thomas Edison, and over through the years, we start to see who the real genius was behind the scenes, and it ended
Yup.
up being a black brother at that. So just giving the added help and the added push, especially from your brothers, because if I'm in the circle to do right and to do things, then also I'm going to push you and make you do things as well because you're not going to be afforded that opportunity because I know we both black and I know how hard it is Not saying that we can't succeed because we're black, but we have more obstacles to have us to fail more than succeed. But I'm gonna help
Mm,
you because I was blessed to get a talent through God that helped me to put me to where I'm at. So if I move up on the chessboard across and I slide across like the rook, best believe I'm gonna part ways to make a pavement for you to come up this way as well. So I thought that was pretty dope of LeBron, um, for him and his team to do what they do. And, I really like that. And I think more men, black men at that, need to start doing that because um, even though statistically we make okay money, we could be making greater money if we cut out all the BS and start uniting with each other and making money with each other and not have the jealousy or envy behind it. And I'll just leave it like that.
Agreed.
absolutely,
Agreed.
absolutely.
That-
I
Listen.
definitely got to give LeBron Flock of Flame all the props,
Mhm.
all the kudos, for a number of reasons, not just his skills and his accomplishments on the basketball field. I definitely have my criticisms of LeBron. He's not without them. But overall, by and large, as far as, if nothing else, just in terms of um, athletics, but also in terms of business and conducting himself as a man overall, I definitely believe that LeBron is the template and he's definitely the blueprint in a lot of respects. He didn't go ahead and, like you pointed out, he didn't go ahead and get with the established agencies or whatever. He came and he brought his own team to the venue. And like you said, there was a lot of pushback, a lot of resistance, a lot of criticism, a lot of antagonism they were receiving for that. And you got to always watch out with as black people dealing with the dominant society. You definitely have um, you definitely have false pressure. You definitely have I can't recall the term right now, but you definitely have falsified conflict and pressure. But you always have to be mindful of the things that they actively push back on. If you're doing things that aren't going to really shake up the system or make a difference, they'll let you go ahead for the most part and do those things. So you can go ahead and sign a multi-million-dollar basketball deal or football deal or baseball deal or soccer deal. They'll go ahead and let you go ahead and get your little money, get your little change, whatever.
Right.
But but what they'll also do, they'll also encourage you to use their people, use their resources, and to spend yours, and to basically trick it off. As useful and vital and critical as that ESPN 30 for 30 documentary Broke was, in terms of highlighting the very real crisis of these athletes who literally get to touch millions upon millions of dollars and then ultimately have nothing to really show for it, it
Right.
was also, again, two things can be true. It was also a trophy and a feather in the cap of the dominant society getting to showcase, look how we did all this. We gave them the money and they still went ahead and tricked it off. It was basically the Chappelle Show skit where they gave out reparation in the skit, and you have the newscast of the white anchor on the news saying, "These people are just breaking their necks to give this money right back to us." It was a
Right.
glorification of that, but
Mhm.
it should have been a wake up call. So they'll talk about that and how that's an issue, but yet when you talk about how a lot of these athletes go broke in part not just to being reckless with their spending, but also because they have shysters and swindlers who are serving these positions. You have their accountants from the dominant society that aren't doing business properly, that are shorting them, that are not filing things properly. Their CPAs aren't making sure their taxes are up to snuff and making sure that they're cutting corners. So these agents are getting them the deals that screw them over and get big benefits for them while leaving their clients in the lurch. So there's other things that go into account. It's not just these Negroes are wasteful and don't have discipline. Someone's also getting screwed over by the same people that they went ahead and advised them to go ahead and do business with.
True.
So when you have Braun come through with his own team, I got my own agent, I got my own financier, I got my own business partner to go ahead and vet my deals. I got my own, and it's from the soil. These
Yeah.
other brothers I came up with, we've been in the trenches together. I know they rock solid. Now we about to go out and dominate. Now it's pushback. Now it's an issue. oh, they shouldn't be doing this and that and third. He has no authority to do this. I'm sorry, I didn't see the sign, the regulation that said I had to.
There you
So,
go. There you
you
go.
know, we got to do these things. And also, the other beautiful thing about it is LeBron didn't just go ahead and have these people come in. And now you're my team, you only work for me. Rich Paul out here got other athletes that he's working with, but he's got his own whole enterprise now. He is himself a brand. There are other athletes that want to work with Rich Paul because they see how he's able to move and get things popping for LeBron and everything. And so they're allowing his star power to go ahead and bring other athletes under his wing. And you know
Right.
that other people working with LeBron, they're also able to freelance and become moguls themselves. So they're not just LeBron's crew, they're their own men, respectively, operating as a collective. So that's the way we need to move with each other. And sometimes you're going to have some bad experiences, but trust me, there's plenty bad experiences working with others that aren't from the tribe either. Those just
Mm-hmm.
don't get hyped up nearly as much. But we have
Mm-hmm.
to learn to get to a point where we handle business above board, but we also take chances and take opportunities on each other. You know,
It is.
what would have happened if you didn't have a LeBron that came along who had the resources to give the Rich Pauls and the Maverick Carters and those an opportunity? There's a lot of people who are in our neighborhoods who are disconnected. You need to have resources, but you also need to have the vision. You got a
Right.
lot of us that have vision but don't have resources. And you have some of us that get resources but don't have vision. And those two need to be married to one another. We need to have the
Correct.
people that have the vision and are thorough come together with the people who have the resource and are thorough and make something happen. So now we can generate more success stories because trust me, there are a good number. You'd be surprised. There's a number of success stories like LeBron and the crew that could pop off if they were able to come into contact with one another. That situation happened because you had that perfect storm together, the resources and the vision. We need to have more
Yes,
of that
sir.
going forward in the future, and it can happen, and it needs to
Mm-hmm.
happen. And shout out to that. I hope more move in the take that as an example and a case study of how to move in the future.
Agreed.
Definitely.
Well said. Well said.
I do want to talk about how men have to avoid certain women out here. And I see a lot of men are they're checking women, right? They're not letting women get away with a lot of BS. I start seeing a lot of men, part of their code is having self-respect and self-dignity. Um, Remember, a lot of women were out here talking about how they're not like their parents. They're not like their mother or grandmother that took a lot of things and withheld a lot of things as far as dusty fathers or grandfathers they had and their mothers and grandmothers stuck by their side, right? And
Mm.
in the process of that, women say, "Oh well, I'm not gonna be like my mother or grandmother and just get bare minimum and this and that." And when you look at the dynamics of how men operate, you're starting to see that men before would just pick up any and anything because we were taught that way. We were taught about just whatever you grab, you make it the best of what it is. You grab any woman and improve her, right?
Woman worship.
And
Yeah.
and a
Mm-hmm.
lot of times that come back and backfire on a lot of brothers. So now brothers are understanding, like, because we're seeing a lot of women that say, "Hey, I want a man who can handle me, and if you can't handle me, then I'm not the one for you." And brothers like, "Look, I ain't with all of that. I ain't got to sit here and prove to you that I can handle you or not because I already know you're coming with resistance, and I see it, I peep it, and I'm gonna tell you, go over there and heal." So I want you guys to
Over
listen
there
to
so you
this.
can go.
Yes, I want you to listen to how this brother stepped to this woman and just destroyed her argument. Man, he did it so
And to
dope.
be quite honest with you, I don't care why you masculine. I
It
don't
don't even
care.
matter.
I don't care what happened to you as I'm a 40-year-old man. I
You
don't
got a
care.
daughter?
No, I don't.
Because
But
we
that's not the
compare
point.
your
But my
feminine.
point is this. My point is this.
Right.
You all wouldn't care if a man came to you feminine and said, "My dad wasn't in my life. My mom didn't teach me this." You say, "Bro, you 38 years old. I don't want to deal with a feminine man that hasn't addressed his issues." So for me, dealing with a woman that way, I'm going to tell you the same thing. I understand you had issues or whatever growing up and you had to be a certain way, but I'm not going to put up with it as far as trying to be in a relationship with you because you don't know how to be a feminine woman.
So what's a feminine woman? What's your definition?
A woman that basks in her femininity. She knows how to be submissive to a man. She knows how to speak life into a man. She knows how to nurture. She knows how to take care of a home and take care of kids. She knows how to be accountable. She knows.
So he just grilled her.
That cooter punch though, right in the I saw his
Shout out
clip.
to him.
She was all he
Yes.
caught her off guard, right in the ovaries. I know she hurting still. I know it. I feel it.
Yeah, and
That was great.
that was powerful because more men need to see that. More men need to see, like, yo, you can come with the bull crap, but I don't have to accept it. And then she was like, "Oh, you got a daughter?" And he was like, "Hold on, hold on. Let's not even go to that." Look, that's why I always talk about, and that's why I kind of got mad last week with
That
the
deflection.
individual. Yeah, the deflection. Not only do they deflect, but they try to push the goalpost further, and that's what she was trying to do: deflect and push the goalpost somewhere else. And Buddy was like, "Look, look, look, look. We're not gonna do all of this running around in a dog chasing their tail argument.
Right.
I'm gonna put it to you where you can understand because see, it goes back to what I had played earlier, Bobby, about the therapist saying that you're not listening to understand, you're listening to be defensive and react, right? So she was
Right.
listening to be defensive and react and not understanding what Buddy was saying. So it's kind of like foreign words to her, right? So he's like, all right, let me put it in your words. Let me flip it and put you in my shoes, and then you'll see. So when I flip it, now I say to you, you as a woman wouldn't take no 40-year-old man who is dysfunctional like that. You would tell him to go out there and go get healing. And they were like, well, yeah, you're right. Okay, so why I can't tell a dysfunctional woman to go get healing? You see what I'm saying? And
Makes perfect sense.
that's why logical brothers, brothers who can speak like us, we can dialogue. I hear a feedback. Somebody.
Sorry, that's me. That's me. Hold on.
Yo, your audio been janky all night, buddy.
My bad, man. I'm trying to get it together over here.
All right, you got it. Okay.
Yeah, I do. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. So
Yeah.
what I'm saying is like a lot of times, you know, we don't see that where men can sit back and say, look, I have standards too. I can push back on toxic women. I can tell you that you have to meet me at a level that is a healing level where if we go together, you don't got to heal me and I don't have to heal you. And together we can be in a healthy relationship because anybody that's unhealed going in, that unhealed person is going to break the other person. And then you're going to have two broken people in a dysfunctional relationship, which ends up not being good because now we go back to the whole thing about the argument, domestic violence, which happens. And I think a lot of people don't understand how that thing leads up to that. But, you know, you got to avoid that because I have situations, I have two stories that I want to bring up that shows that men, you got to choose better. You got to be like this brother. You got to have standards. You got to make sure you're putting your value system up there so that way women know when they step to you, they got to step correct. We're always told to step to a woman correct, but we're never told that a woman has to step to us correct.
Ever.
We sat back and
It
just
don't happen.
accept any type of behavior. And that's why we get so much simps because what happens is simps take everything. You're not supposed
Right.
to say nothing, right? You
You're not
just
supposed to
take
have an
everything.
opinion. Right.
Exactly. And that's why people don't understand why we address Russell Wilson as a simp, not because it's not things that he do that's not good. I've given him credit on the things that he's done that's good. The problem that makes him a simp is he lets her run over him and he doesn't
Right.
put his foot
Correct.
down. We never seen him put his foot down. If we seen him multiple times put his foot down, then we'll be like, hey, this brother's on point.
Yeah.
He ain't playing the radio. But the problem is he lets her just run all over her. And that is the image that we see. And this is the message that we give the younger children to look up and say, oh, this is how you're supposed to be. And that's wrong, because guess what? Over the process of that, this is why men, especially black men, have a 3-to-1 ratio of suicide. We have a 3 times higher ratio of suicide versus any other people. Black men suffer a lot. Men in general suffer a lot, but especially black men suffer more because of
Right.
what we deal with. So when you have these children out here and you're grooming them to say, you got to take care of a woman, you got to do it, you're less of a man if you don't do it. Do you understand how much pressure that builds up on a man? Do you
I see
understand
that.
that?
I see that all the time.
When we talk about men, we never talk about how, and I tell this all the time, I always say this every time, and nobody can give me the answer to this. I ask women this all the time. I say to women, look, I say, I'm good. I'm not frozen, right?
Good.
Okay.
How
So
are you?
I say to women all the time, a man has to take care of a woman. He provides happiness for the woman. He provides happiness for his children. He provides happiness for his boss. He provides happiness for his mother and father. Who provides happiness for him? And they all get quiet
Of
because
course
a
they do.
woman's happiness depends on her man. Also, her happiness comes from her father.
Yeah.
Fathers always take care of their daughters. So she has a base level of happiness, two sides of it, from two different men. Your mother is getting baseline from everybody, from the father to the siblings to her auntie, family members, whoever. She's getting the baseline of all the support system. The children get it from the parents. They get it from their grandparents. They are automatically set up on a happiness safety level. But nobody supports the man's happiness or provides happiness for the man, right? Everybody
Correct.
else depends on his happiness, but nobody provides happiness for him. And when you have that type of weight on your shoulders and you carry that around, and even moments, because everybody has low moments. So even in your low moments, you can't even talk to nobody. This is why they always say men don't open up, because when you open up, you call them
Yep.
all type of B words. You call them all type of unworthy men. You're not suited. You're not fit enough to run a family. And then it's like, what do I do? So in that moment, he has two things. I got to figure out how to do it, or you know what? After I get off work Friday, I'm going to go and blow my money, and then I'm going to go to the local bridge, park my car up, and I'm going to jump off.
Yeah. Or another thing that happens, because you definitely have the physical death, but sometimes you also have men that just surrender and give up, and so they just pick up addictions. They pick up all kind of vices where they just self medicate. Sometimes it's women,
Exactly.
sometimes it's drugs, alcohol, gambling. It could be other unhealthy things, but they do it as a coping mechanism to deal with and get away from that. You
Correct.
know, um, while it is true that we are all responsible ultimately for our own happiness, your significant other isn't necessarily responsible for your happiness.
Correct.
But at the same time, we also can't be doing things to get in the way of that, or to just be taking.
Correct.
Part of that comes from these people getting these relationships, and like you said, they're not healed, they're not healthy. They're looking for their relationships to be a sort of band aid or medicine for them, and that can't work. Your significant other is not supposed to be your healer. That's not their job. It's not about two people coming 50-50 into relationship to create a whole. It's about two whole people coming together to create a whole. The math is different. If you
Correct.
come broke into the relationship and I come broke into the relationship, then what we're doing is basically vomiting on each other. You vomiting on me, I'm vomiting on you.
Correct.
We have to change the way we see relationships. We like to talk about and identify struggle love as two broke people coming together and trying to build something together with each other and say, oh, well, that's struggle love. I don't want struggle love. My parents had struggle love. My grandparents had struggle love. I don't want that. And that's respectable. Nothing wrong with that. You don't want to come into a situation where both people are lacking. I get that.
Correct.
We need to expand. I'm suggesting that we go ahead and expand the definition of struggle love to where two people, where one or more person comes to a relationship lacking in any capacity. So not just financially, but also emotionally. You had a real bad breakup, you had a nasty relationship, or you're dealing with depression, not necessarily because of biological reasons, but because of stress, whatever. Have you done the necessary self work? Have you healed from what you've been through? So when you go to this brand new house that you're trying to build, you're not bringing old, shit covered, mud coated, dusty, raggedy, beat up, holy talking to each other, having conversation shoes into this brand new house on this brand new tile, on this brand new linoleum, on this brand new wood floor. Are
Right.
you bringing old, dirty, nasty, whatever into this brand new house? And I was telling somebody the other day that the difference between entitlement and gratitude is that entitlement says, I will get the best that you have to offer. I will get the brand new, latest and greatest state of art, whatever from you, and you will get this refurbished whatever from me. I'll get the best you have to offer, and you get whatever you can get from me if you can get it. Gratitude says, I see this brand new house that I have here, and to show how much I appreciate it, I'm not going to bring the same old dirty shoes I was in the old house with. I'm going to get me some brand new, clean, best I can afford shoes to walk into here on a good note.
Yes.
That's the
Correct.
difference.
That's how it should be
Abandon the
done.
entitlement mindset. You know how disgusting it is for men or for women. You know how disgusting it is to have experience with a whole bunch of old dusty partners. All your girlfriends were garbage. They all cheated on you. They were all materialistic and money grubbing and money hungry. They all were laying up with your homeboys and doing all kind of dirt behind you. And you finally get someone that's halfway decent, and now you don't take the time out to appreciate. I didn't say kiss ass now, but you didn't don't take the time out to tell them how much you find them attractive. You don't make it a point to go ahead and bring them flowers just because you don't have regular date nights. You don't go ahead and cut off old broads or whatever. You don't go ahead and make sure this person feels like they're, the center of your solar system. You know how disrespectful it is for a woman to come from relationships where she was cheated on, where she was abused, where she was constantly put down, made to feel ugly, made to feel less than, and she finally gets a decent dude, and she acts like he could drop down dead right now, and she wouldn't even notice. You know how disrespectful that is to have someone that is
Crazy.
better than what you had and not to give your best to this person. That's psychotic.
It is.
That's insane. You are proving that not only are you not deserving of better, you deserve exactly what you had before. The dude that used to
Mm-hmm.
give you matching black eyes, you deserved him. The woman that used to go ahead and pogo stick from one of your homeboys to the next, you deserved her. You weren't getting a raw deal. You were getting exactly what you could afford. You had a $5 budget, and you were shopping from the $5 from what they call a place that store Five Below, where everything is
Yeah.
$5.
Nice.
You were
Right.
shopping exactly where you belong. You didn't deserve to be in Neiman Marcus and Hermes and Louis Vuitton. You deserve to be right there in Marshalls. That's your budget. It
Real
wasn't
talk.
trickery. Water passed its own level, and when you finally got that level up, you proved that you didn't deserve to be there in the first place. Stop accepting struggle love. Stop looking for struggle love.
Hmm.
Stop looking to find someone's going to take you and put up with your nonsense, your BS. They're going to love me as is and your complacency. No. Two choices. Either do the self work required to deserve what it is you're looking for,
Or be by your
or
damn self.
stay complacent where you are and deal with the people who are at your level.
There you go.
Your
We have a
reach should
lot of
not
that out
exceed
here.
your grasp.
We got a lot of
Man's
that out
reach
here. People,
should not exceed their grasp. That's a
yes,
problem.
people, they got these grandiose ideas of what a mate should be as a man, and they are the bare minimum, if that, as a woman, and vice versa. I talk about this as dating within your tier. And gravitating to and going to those people that you qualify for. Women absolutely hate when I use the term what you qualify for. But God damn it, that's what it is, and that's what it's gonna be, and that's how we're gonna talk about it. They really believe that they deserve this pie in the sky ass dude. You understand? When they bring absolutely nothing to the table a lot of the time, because this sense of entitlement where the media tells them that they're queens and that they shouldn't settle and that they're so outstanding and wonderful all the time, and some of them are outstanding and wonderful, okay, but to the ones of you that are not, let's keep it above. That you ain't outstanding and wonderful, but they've been taught since they were 2 and 3 years old that because they have a hole, that they're wonderful, they're great, they're a princess. And it's like we have to start to dispel those myths and that BS. Man, you in the real world out here. It's like when you taught, when you're a kid, you're told that you can do anything, and then once you I hate to say this because people get mad when I say this, but once you become an adult and you start to realize what life is, you realize very quickly, no, you cannot do anything. You know what I'm saying? You have limitations. You have the potential, I mean, like anyone, to be able to do anything and be the best and brightest. Sure, you have that potential. But as individuals, we have limitations. That's called reality. You know what I'm saying? And, people will sit up here and swear you up and down that, Zazie Beetz and Lizzo have the same value in the sexual marketplace. And you're looking at them like they got 3 heads. This is why I don't have these type of debates with women, because eventually they're going to start lying to themselves. Bro, we can't have that. We got to talk to each other on a very realistic basis. People like to talk down on Kevin Samuels and bang on him. But again, I'll go back to this. I've said this before. One of the most profound things that he, has said to some women when he talks to them is like, okay, well, why don't you just find you an everyday guy? And they laugh, especially if they're slightly, and I do mean slightly, above average looking. They think they're entitled to some pie in the sky ass dude, NBA player, where they could just lay on their back and have a baby and not have to work for the rest of their life.
Because
Fuck
they're
out of
breathing.
here. No, it don't work like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, we need to deal with each other on a realistic basis. And unfortunately, let's keep it above. Either you're going to listen to me now, or life is going to make you listen to me later. But you're going to listen to me. You understand what I'm saying? Because all of y'all can't bag an NBA player. It's simply not possible. All of y'all can't bag a dude who makes over 80K, over 60K. It's simply not possible. There are literally not enough men to go around. And you are going to find this out quick. And so this is the thing I say all the time. Let's deal with each other. Another man law, we could put that out there when we're talking to women, when we're interacting with women. Let's make sure that we do so on a realistic basis. And when they start talking all this pie in the sky, Alex in Wonderland, Cheshire Cat shit, we check their ass at the door. Look, I like you. I rock with you. I really respect you. I would like to get to know you better and kick it with you on a deeper level. But you got to leave all this bullshit at the door, because this is not reality. I know you've been taught this from when you were a small child, and that's very cute. But like you said, well, you're 38 years old now. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're 20, you're 28 years old now. People, one of the things that was so funny, in the last few months, one of these debates that a lot of sisters seem to come down on the wrong side of was the Lori Harvey debate. And what struck me, what was so funny, that a lot of these sisters kept saying, well, she only 25. How she gonna get married? What are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, really? So 25 years old is not old enough for you to be of sound mind and, you know, ready to settle down and get involved in something serious. You should, by your measure, meaning, you know, some of these sisters who was talking out here, still be out here hopping from dick to dick at age 25. That is the problem, that you think that. Y'all, we're in this weird space where you got these old women, you know, older some and as outright old for others, emulating some of the behaviors of these teeny boppers, man. You got women in their mid 40s, early 50s out here talking about and, you know, doing twerking online, you know, trying to be like Meg Thee Stallion and Cardi B and Glorilla. Your time passed 20 years ago, man. You hit the wall a long time ago. Sit your ass down. You know what I'm saying? And they'll be the first to tell you that women mature faster than men. Really? Bruh, because that's not what I'm saying. You know, Lori Harvey's doing what she do. I'm not trying to beat up on Lori Harvey, but to say that a woman is not mature enough to settle down and get married at the age of 25 is some of the stupidest shit I've ever heard in life. It's ridiculous. It's nonsensical. Those are your best years. You know, you should be trying to get married and settle down at the age of 25. In Lori Harvey's case, that's probably the best she's gonna come across. You know what I'm saying? I think that was the last train leaving for her. We'll see. You know what I'm saying? For a guy on that level, a lot of brothers feel like, you know, you should never take a chick like that seriously. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, whatever the case may be, while you're in your prime, while you're looking your best, while you're able to attract, you know, the top of the line men, that's when you should be trying to settle down. Unfortunately, a lot of these women want to set up young women to be relationship failures like them. You understand what I'm saying? So they'll tell them exactly the opposite. But no, ladies, that's when you should be trying to, you know, get the best guy you can get, whatever the case may be, settle down, start a family, whatever. What's wrong with that? My clapback is, what is wrong with that? Why y'all banging on the sister even having the idea of settling down? Sisters in general having the idea of settling down, starting a family, and, you know, doing what they're supposed to do. She ain't got no kids. Why not marry and start a family now? As opposed to, again, doing what they did, going out, getting pregnant, you know, and not, you know, following the correct order of operations, and for most, ending up in a bad situation that they don't want to be in, with a baby daddy, splinter family type situation, blah, blah, blah. Why are so many of our modern sisters against that? That doesn't make sense to me. It's very counterproductive. Anybody, I don't know. It's just kind of crazy to me. But to speak to the men's side of it, you know, a man law has to be, not even should be, has to be, when you go into any type of involvement with a woman, shoot straight, shoot from the hip, be direct, you know, let her know what your intentions are, and, you know, lay out an agenda and move on that agenda. You know what I'm saying? Like, and communicate across the board. Hey, if she gets off code, or, you know, she starts behaving in a way that, you know, is not conducive to the plan, you gotta let her know, and let her know her options. Look, this is what it was when you were this woman. Now you getting off kilter and you starting to go, you know, astray. Look, if you want to correct it, you want to do a course correction, we could roll. If not, you could stroll, and you need to be very firm in what you're saying. Have conviction of character. When, like you said earlier, Bob, When you say something, that's what it is, and she needs to understand that. Man law. Let's get it.
No, to tack on to what you were saying, bro.
Yeah.
One of the pushbacks that I don't know if there's anybody that's even heard the name Lori Harvey in the last year and a half, 2 years, really, that
Right.
hasn't heard this at some point. And if it ain't the second or third remark, then it's the first. But when
Yeah.
it comes to criticisms of how she moving, the first thing to talk about is, well, how you know that she's still young? You don't know that that's what's going to be the outcome. While it is true, Miss Harvey is still young. She still
True.
has her health. She still has youth and everything else. At the same time, there is nothing new under the sun. What has been done before will be done again.
Right.
So while for Miss Lori Harvey, and this doesn't bode well for the people that like to try and deal with these anomalies, they live their lives trying to be the one in a million, literally.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You may not know what the future holds for Lori Harvey. I'm not a psychic. I can't see the future.
Right.
If that was the case, I would be doing this broadcast with you gentlemen live from Fiji or Tahiti somewhere in my very, very large and spacious mansion.
No
It's not the
doubt.
case. But we do know others who have moved more or less in the same general, not exact, but the same general wave as Lori Harvey, those who were known early and young for their beauty, they were well known, they were socialites, they were popping at the
Right.
apex of their vibrance, and now here they are in their latter years, and that well, that ocean that never seemed like it was ever going to go dry. It was all
Dried
kind
the
of
hell up.
wrinkle improvement.
Quick.
Hold on a second. Let me. Oh, is that you, Vivica A. Fox? Ooh. Yeah.
Hey.
How's your husband? You don't have. Ooh.
Oh, hold up.
But
Hold
but but
up.
the date, your DMs must be. Oh. Hold on, Vivica. Let me call you back. Hold on, someone else coming up. Hello. Hold on, let me switch ears.
Yes.
Lisa Ray McCoy, is that you? Lisa Ray?
Oh, hold up. Hold up now. You ain't
What?
calling them out by name. Hold up.
Oh, but I thought Dollar Bill had you all getting. No. Oh, what
Man.
happened? Okay,
Woo.
I got to go broadcast with the fellas. All right, bye.
Woo.
Yeah,
And
and
it's
those are
about
just
10
two
more.
well known. And for the record, those are both women, and I wasn't just shooting randomly. Those are women who have recently voiced their frustrations with the current state of affairs as far as their love lives is concerned, upset about the
Right.
state of, complaining about how dudes aren't serious, and the truth is women
Right.
just don't take it seriously. How the only ones really banging their line are the young cats, and all they want to do is lay up. They want to notch, get a famous notch in their belt.
Yeah. You
Another
could.
sister who has learned this the hard way, but she's been a whole lot more humble about it. And kudos to her because she is actively seeking to teach from her failure, not from her, not try to drag other women down. Is Miss Lala, and she's
Shout out
talked
to
about
Lala.
how,
I agree.
and I'm not necessarily saying that she was right or wrong to separate herself from Carmelo Anthony because there were definitely situations going on there that don't apply to the previous ladies. But
Yeah.
however, she's back here on the market, and all the women that were hyping her up, talking about, "Ooh, girl, you don't need him. There's gonna be all kind of men out there that'll be killing themselves to get a hold of you. They want to
Yep.
be there. They're
The
gonna do
neck
everything they
waving
can.
bullshit.
They're gonna step up. They're gonna step up." And she's like,
Right.
no,
No.
it ain't hitting like that out here.
Not hardly.
Now, now she did, in her estimation, what was best for her, and that's one of those situations where I do believe that she at least had some justification to move the way she did. But
Yeah.
she's finding out that the move she made isn't a smooth transition, but at least she's being transparent. All the lies about how the grass is green over there, ain't even no grass on this side of the street. What you talking
Bruh.
about?
I
So
respect the transparency.
I
Yes.
respect because younger women need to hear that.
They
That's
do.
not to say to go ahead and just put up with and tolerate um, horrible situations or put themselves in terrible states and just deal with that because for fear that there's nobody over there. But we need to be realistic. You
Right.
need to understand that these are the pros and the cons. And you need to
Mm-hmm.
do what adults do and weigh it out and say, you know what? This is a situation, it's bad. This other situation is better. Maybe I need to go this route, or maybe you know what? Maybe this isn't the best situation where I'm at, but maybe it's better than what I go into. So you need to find out what can you live with and what can you not live with. Because the reality, ladies and gentlemen, is no matter how old or young you are, male, female, or whatever the case, race, sexual orientation,
Yeah.
religion, or creed, or whatever it is, as long as you are alive, you will have problems, you will have issues, you will have difficulties and hardships. Some more than
Yeah.
others, some less. The key is you have to find what you can live with and make the best out of it, baby. No one's gonna get a royal flush. No
Mm-hmm.
one's gonna get four of a kind. But whatever hand you draw, you need to play it like it's the one that you always wished you had.
Yes.
That's the secret. If you kill yourself trying to go ahead and be miserable, oh, I need it to be perfect, I need to have everything lined up in a row, there's a lot of life you're gonna miss out on, and it's not necessary.
It just don't
If you
work like
want a
that.
trouble-free existence, if you want to have a worry-free life, if you want to have a stress-free um, state, you can always go 6 feet under.
Yeah.
I hear it's real peaceful in the grave. No one's bothering you, and the people who are bothering you, you ain't alive to care in the first place. So it works out.
It's real quiet. You dig? But
So
look, let
you
me
have
tell
to
you,
find
man.
out what it is. What can I deal? What can I live with? What can I manage?
Right. Right.
And
And
you
let
need
me
to
tell you,
make
you
the best
hit
out
on
of it.
something with Lala. You hit on something with Lala because Lala is in a very similar predicament to the other couple females you described. But the difference with Lala, and I posted this on my page, and uh, funny enough, you have females in the comments trying to tell me that the article I read didn't say what it said. Some people like to read an article and select the sentences they like and act like that's what the article said.
Pick
It don't
and
work like
choose.
that. You understand? What I like about what Lala is doing, Lala is accepting accountability. I don't know if this was the best move. It could have been, it might not have been, but she's regretful of it. And she's admitting, that dudes ain't checking for her like that. And that's very important because, before women actually accept something, they tell you for about a year that, it's all in your head and it's not really occurring. You
Mm.
got Tia Mowry out here saying the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Men ain't checking for me like that. Men
All
don't
these
holler at
songs
me.
on
My
the
DMs
radio
are
sound
dry.
exactly the same.
And we all saw that shit coming. Let's keep it a buck. Why are you going to torpedo your marriage seemingly for no reason? We don't know what went down. You know what I'm saying? But what I find very interesting is when you bring up that situation and you start talking about it, women will have all type of shit that they make up in their mind. He could have been emotionally abusive and he was probably cheating and this woman has said he didn't do anything. But they'll make it up so that they can make what she did right. When in actuality, she just wasted this man's time. And had a man done that, they'd be dragging him
Oh.
mercilessly. But because it's a woman, we got to find some kind of way to make an excuse for her and make her right. It's
Mhm.
it's a mental sickness at this point. Like, dude, when you can't see somebody's flaws simply because of their gender, something is deeply and terribly wrong with you. And that's one of the things, I'm very proud about this show, this platform, the way we approach situations. We call out everybody. When we call out Akon, it's the same as when we call out Jada Pinkett Smith. You understand what I'm
Oh.
saying? There is no, oh, what's your matter? But what had happened was, no, she really, it wasn't really cheating because they was in an open relationship. Shut up. Cheating is cheating. You know what I'm saying? People, these weirdos who think they can make their own rules when it comes to dating and relationships, let alone marriage. What are you, stupid?
Mhm.
Look, man, cheating is cheating. Deception is deception. And it's just that simple. You make foolish, reckless comments. You made foolish, reckless comments, and it's just that simple. Doesn't necessarily mean that we're throwing either of those individuals away, but this thing that you did was some bullshit, and that behavior needs to be corrected. That's the long and short of it.
Yeah,
When
and
we
that's
get to the point where we can call that out on both sides equally, and we can hold people accountable, and we can, people say, oh, you shouldn't shame this person, you shouldn't shame that person. Yeah, they have this whole narrative about slut shaming.
Disagree.
And one of our good sisters, a few of our good sisters who are scholars and whatever the case may be, said, well, if you're a slut, should you be ashamed? And that's just such a powerful statement. It's so simple yet so powerful. Look, at the end of the day, none of us, if we bang on Tristan Thompson, you know what I'm saying, for what he's doing. But when a woman does it, we can't bang on her because she's a woman. We got to stop that, man. We really do. Because there are a lot of well-meaning brothers out here who are looking for well-meaning sisters to settle down, start families with, you know, have children with, what have you. But what I am finding, and this is something that sisters have said to me, sisters, even my own mother has noticed this. When we have brothers that are solid, thorough, thinking, intelligent brothers that got their stuff together, they're ready to settle down, they're ready to build a life. Very seldom, if ever, do you find a sister that is their counterpart. That is an adequate counterpart for that brother. I said this to somebody about Bobby Drake. Oh, you know, such and such got a crush on Bobby Drake. I want to introduce you. I talked to you about this, Bobby, with somebody, and then somebody talked to me about another person who was trying to, you know, get up in Bobby Drake's program, whatever the case may be. And I'm like, look, I'll pass on the message because, you know, I'm a, you know, a good citizen, and, you know, I do, you know, my charity. I believe in charity, you know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna tell you, at the end of the day, this damn bird ain't ready for Bobby Drake. I've said that to several people, you know what I'm saying? Because I knew the young lady they were talking about, like, they ain't ready for Bobby Drake. So, you know, while there are some well-meaning sisters out here, a lot of sisters got to get off this thing where, oh, I'm so pretty. Oh, I'm so fine. Oh, look at me. Oh, pay me attention. Because what happens is the only reason that people gravitate to you is because of your beauty and your shape, right? So because of that, you don't develop other aspects of your personality. People
Correct.
always want to be your friend because you're pretty. People always want to be your friend because you dress nice and have a nice shape. People always want to be your friend because all the promoters know you. They let you in the club for free, and they want to, you know, they're moochers. They want to get in with you or whatever the case may be. But the other parts of you that are going to make a man keep you or want to keep you, not just want to fuck you, but want to keep you, you never take the time to develop those things. A lot of sisters, not all of you, but a lot of you never take the time to develop those things. It is not because you don't have them. It's because you've never seen the real value in them. And unfortunately, that comes from a lot of your parents and older women that you grew up around that never showed you those things because they didn't see the value in those things for themselves, if we keep it in a buck, and or they wanted you to fail like they did. And I challenge sisters to get out here and start developing other aspects of your personality, your intelligence, your personality, sense of humor, you know, your qualities, the qualities that a man will look for in a woman that wants to raise his children, whatever the case may be, your maternal qualities, your maternal instincts. You know, read up on this stuff, talk to other sisters that you know and admire that have these tools, because as you know, as a man law, that is something I preach that before anything else. If you're going to take a woman seriously on any level, she needs to possess qualities that you would like to see in your daughter, because that woman is most likely going to end up being the first and main teacher of your offspring.
That's
And
the
she has
yardstick.
to be solid in that right. So,
Definitely.
brothers, I'm putting the challenge out there to you to find those sisters, and sisters, I'm putting the challenge out there to you to be those sisters. And if you already are, to make yourselves visible to the brothers out here that's looking, so we can get some more high level black intellectual hookups popping and create this black nation that we're trying to build. And I'll land my plane there. And you
I've
look like you
talked
got a lot
about.
to say.
Oh
Oh,
yes,
my
oh
bad,
right.
Bobby. What you was gonna say?
Real quick, because I see Ann got that heat. I'm about to let him drop that real quick. To
Nah, I'm
touch on.
about to wrap this shit up real quick. No, go
No
No,
ahead.
no
doubt.
worries. But yeah, I spoke on this with some people. I believe it was a week ago. On the man side of things, relating to the story about Jordan Poole apparently going ahead and
Ugh.
basically buying himself a date with Ice Spice,
Ugh.
and taking her on a $50,000 shopping spree as a date.
What a
Um,
clown.
and I saw
Man
some
law
people
violation.
that was pure,
Heavy.
pure black tar, black market grade sympatry,
Yes.
simping, the finest on
Simp
the
of all
black market.
simps.
You put it on your gums, you instantly season, sugar, and shake, and it's the purest. That's that blue magic, like Pepsi. I guarantee it, and not because of what he did. Because it, first off, the fact that he had to do it is ridiculous. Because based on how it was stated,
Yeah.
he basically said, "Hey, I'll take you shopping or whatever if you come get at me." And I
Right.
spoke about when and it occurs to women as well too. It happens on a larger scale with women in general, even though it shouldn't. It shouldn't happen at all, but it definitely shouldn't happen with such a wide general amount of women. But typically, when you have these young brothers who are athletes, or when it's clear that they're going to be a star, when it's not a secret that they're tall, they're athletic, they're going to be playing in somebody's sports league, or
Yeah.
they got some musical talent that's undeniable. If it becomes abundantly clear that they're going to have that this is going to be their future, or relatively, it's predictable, especially if this starts manifesting right around the time puberty hits. What happens is these dudes reach a point where now they're no longer able to get women or to get women interested in them based on who they are as a person. It's their skills. So
Right.
women are attracted to them not because they're necessarily handsome, not because they have, they're good communicators, they got a tight mouthpiece, they got game, they got skills, they know how to talk to women. They're attracted because this dude is clearly looking like he's gonna be a gold mine. He's gonna be raking in the Benjamins, he's gonna be famous, he's gonna be able to take them to this level of life. And as a result, these dudes don't have the same game that for fellas who had to get out of the mud, they had to learn how to talk to women, they had to strike out and fail, they had to suffer rejection, 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 rejection until they
Yeah.
learned this is how I approach women, or even the dudes that were just attractive, right? They don't have any game. Not because it's not possible, but because their skills, who they were, their lifestyle or the assumption of the lifestyle is what got the women for them.
Right.
So so that's why I don't judge dudes like Jordan Poole too harshly for go ahead and tricking off on women because they don't understand. They don't understand. They don't have game. All they got is this. Meanwhile,
Unfortunate.
someone like Ice Spice has been and probably is hooking up with dudes who never had to drop a single red cent on her just because she rocked with their vibe heavy.
Right.
Same thing applies with women because again, especially if a woman is beautiful and shout out to the attractive sisters out there, but for women, their beauty can really be a gift and a curse because unfortunately, if she's just attractive, dudes just come to her like moths to flames. Many times they don't have to worry about developing a personality.
Yep.
They don't have to worry about getting something in their brains or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
The sisters who are actually intelligent, who have other things going for them, in a lot of cases, they're actually put off by dudes that only compliment their looks. And I found personally that those women typically, when you comment on other things, when you compliment their achievements, when you compliment hell, anything that is not based on their God-given attributes. They had no control over or say so whatsoever. That
Right.
stands out in their minds a lot more than complimenting the looks because they've been hearing that they fine, they bad, they this, they that, they thick, damn the mom. They've been hearing that from almost the time they got out the damn cradle.
Yeah. Real
So
talk.
it's nothing special. And I've seen some brothers who don't have a lot of game get salty or upset when they tell a woman that she's attractive and she just brushes it off and dismisses it. Well, I told you you look good. Well, you can't take a compliment. No, it's not that she can't take a compliment. She's been hearing that nonstop
Right.
forever and ever. How would you feel if someone kept putting the same old song on again? Like, oh my God, I got to hear this again. Jesus.
Yeah. It's real.
So a lot of women fall victim to this and live a false sense of reality because, again, dudes are just trying to jump into the lap so much. They're not used to having to get out of the mud like that.
Right.
They don't want to have to be able to hold a conversation.
Yeah,
Some of the
yeah,
women that complain about dudes not communicating with them the most, they're horrible. They can't hold a conversation themselves.
Real shit.
You
exactly.
got
That's
time
probably
to
why
read.
they're complaining because they can't do it either. So
They
they
don't
just sitting
understand
there.
what communication is. Every time they answer
Yeah.
something, it's also one syllable. Yes, no, I don't know. But they've never had
Exactly.
to. It's
Yeah.
not their
Exactly.
fault. So
Real
again,
Exactly.
talk.
like you said, it's got to be on more than the looks. Usually, the men who only require your looks as the cost of admission, those tend to be the men you don't want to be with. Those are the dudes that are either simps. You can walk all over them. You can use them for toilet paper, and they'll just be beside themselves over the moon. Or the users and the abusers, the ones that only want to lay up with you, or the
Right.
abusive men. Though
Yep,
for them,
definitely.
the only cost of admission is you got to look good. That's it. But for
Exactly.
the men
That's
who actually want, who have some substance, who are proper protectors and providers, who are going to look out for you, who aren't going to ditch and bail out on you as soon as they hear you're pregnant or whatever, those men are going to require some more out of you.
Right.
So if you have
exactly.
to develop those skills, I feel for you, but you're not at the hook. You're going to have to develop those skills. You're going to have to work at it.
Definitely. And that's why,
Everything you want is within your reach, but you got to get outside the comfort zone. So it's not going to
yeah,
come to you. You got to go to it.
and that's why I wanted to, that perfectly aligned up with what I wanted to show real quick. I know time is going by. I know we're almost on here for 4 hours, so I definitely want to speed it up real quick. This is a prime example of it. That's Angela Simmons, right? So I had posted up this picture
Lady to yourself,
before
Black Friday.
about Angela Simmons, and a lot of people, I was like, well,
Mm.
if Gotti likes it, then it shouldn't be a problem because you know the
Ah.
whole Sierra situation. But what people didn't realize, they thought I was saying it as if Gotti, like Gotti was approve of this. But what makes this picture so powerful is that this picture was taken when she was in a relationship with Romeo. And when she was in a relationship with Romeo and she took this picture, her and Romeo got into an argument over it, and it ended up being the demise of their relationship because of this thirst trapping stuff that she did.
Shout out to Romeo.
And, and when Romeo parted ways with her, then later on down, you had Yo Gotti, who's been chasing her and finally got her, and now he's got her now. And then it goes to show you that men don't value themselves enough to say, hey, if she did this with this dude and disrespectful with that, then she'll definitely be the same way with me. But no, we out here trying to clap cheeks. We're trying to knock off somebody off the list, scratch them off the list. Maybe she might be a woman he think that he could never get in that lifetime because he's a little bobblehead ass dude with money now. So maybe that's why he chased her. Who knows? But you end up giving her a prize for being bad behavior. You rewarded her for bad behavior. When one man cut her loose, you were the man that sat back and picked her up and rolled with you on your team for that. And I'm like, that's the type of behavior that needs to be pointed out and needs to be shunned and let the guys in the general consensus know, like, hey, if one guy knows this woman ain't good enough, then she ain't damn sure ain't good enough for me. Because what that tells you that Romeo has more standards than Yo Gotti, that's crazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Also, we had when we talk about the Sierra situation, you see Sierra right there in the middle with Russ, right? So Sanaya Layton posted this picture, right? She says, "Sweet moment at the Vanity Fair Oscar party. I remember when you could count us on one hand. How times have changed." But I think she wanted to really. I think this was really to point out how all the sisters was in their dress covered up, and then you had the isolated incident that went viral, which is Sierra up front. But y'all don't even see nothing. See how elusive this picture is, right? Y'all don't even see nothing, right? Y'all see anything out of the ordinary?
I
Oh
can't
yeah.
see it. I'm on my phone.
Oh, okay.
I love
So you
I
can't see
love this
nothing.
picture so much.
You can't see nothing out
And
of the
I'll tell you,
ordinary, right? Until you magnify it. Now, who you see right there that's circled? Y'all can see that?
I see Russell and Sierra in the front.
Okay, you see this? You see the circle red?
I'll give you a hint. She goes by Megatron, and she's also known as a hoofed creature.
Oh God, Meg the Stallion. Okay, what about her? Yeah.
And
What the fuck is she
I
doing at the Oscars? She don't act.
But even
I'm
even
gonna
the
hold my tongue
fact
on
that
that one.
even
I'm
the
gonna hold my
fact
tongue
that
on that
she's
one.
there, right? You
Yeah.
see, she's not even equivalent to being in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yet, instead of sitting back making a priceless video, look what she does. Got her tongue stuck way out, her and her friend acting a plumb fool in the background.
Right. Right.
It
As
goes
expected.
where they say you can never take the hood out of a person. You know what I'm saying? You can place them anywhere and they're going to act like their environment. And
Yeah.
that's how Meg is acting. And this is the type of woman that guys are flocking to and giving, extra activity and attention to. So there is no way to curb this type of behavior when guys are out here rewarding these type of women. And it's sick and it's disgusting. And I hope men start to do better and realize that, look, there's quality women out there. And that goes back to the whole thing which you were saying earlier, where you said that sister said that hoes are winning, right?
Yeah.
And it goes to show you that when you start seeing things like this,
Mm.
you
Oh,
start
Mm.
seeing men are taking L's. A lot of these celebrity dudes are taking L's, right?
Yeah.
So you have your girlfriend says that she would have rather be with a white boy who is now deceased, Paul Walker. That was her first choice. You weren't her first choice.
Wow.
Now you up here,
Wow.
now you up here crying. You telling her, don't touch me. You know what I'm saying? Because she publicly put out there that this white dude was her first choice. And
she cut it.
white publication is gonna run with this.
She's
They're
crying.
gonna
He's
run with
crying
this.
again.
Yes.
Ah.
And not
Ah.
is that I gotta pause you for a second, Ant, because you gotta look at the significance that it wasn't just that she went ahead and basically pedestalized this white dude right in front of her man, but she specifically went and pedestalized a white dude who was a very, very good friend, very close with Tyrese.
Yep.
Mhm.
She
Yep.
basically said in front of him, to paraphrase, obviously, that's not what she said, but she basically said, "Man, if I had the choice to do it all over again, I'd have been with your homeboy."
Uh-huh.
Exactly.
How about that? And
Could you imagine a man telling his wife or his girlfriend, significant other, his lady, "Yeah, I care about you, babe, but if I had a chance, man, I really want to get your homegirl that night, but she's on the phone, so I just talked to you instead." Can you imagine how that would play out?
imagine
Yeah,
Jay saying that to Beyonce. Yeah, if I had to do all over again, I'd have just rocked with Kelly. Man, they would
exactly.
drag this man to the ends of the earth. You would never
Yep.
find this dude. By the time they finish dragging him, you understand? But
And
nobody
And
has anything to really say because it happened to
you
a
would have
man.
seen
and,
everybody
and
with a pitchfork, torches, tomatoes. It would have been a mob.
and wait, I'm like the infomercial. But wait, it gets worse. It gets worse.
Who
These guys over
didn't see
here,
this coming though? Who
The
didn't see
guys
this
over
coming?
here rewarding bad behavior,
Yep.
rewarding
Yep.
it, and it comes back and bites you in the butt.
Right.
So imagine these type of women aren't going after you because they like your personality. They're going after you because you're multi-million-dollar man. You're hot. You're at your prime, and now she's gonna come into your life and take a lot of that money away from you. She wants to
Mm-hmm.
spend. You're going to spend your money frivolously on this woman. She knows who to go after. She went after Future when he was hot in his prime. She got after Michael B in his prime. You got Damon in his prime. So you're going after all these men in their prime because you know that they got the money to spend on you and they're willing to spend on you because all of these men find you as a hot commodity. But the energy that they're putting out, the low energy that they're putting out, is showing all these other guys that simping is the way to go to get the woman you want. And now the women are in the reverse role where they're like, oh, okay, if I know you simping, then now I'm in the powerful move, in the powerful position where now I can control things. They don't control it, she does. Not only is she getting their money, but she slaps them down with a PDA.
Yeah. It's
You know what I'm
crazy.
saying? So it's like you can't say nothing about it because now she gets money if you open your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
You niggas are the new bitches.
This is unfortunate, bro. That's some, just the fact that, like you said, you know, they the new bitches, real talk. Cause just the fact that he even agreed to those terms, you know what I'm saying? It's like these dudes who go sniffing after these Kardashian whores. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you doing, bro? Like, you don't see how that ends. You don't understand, you know, what that entails. You go take your dumb ass over there, do the same thing that these other guys did to end up like they did. What you said, Bob?
So that's that exceptionalism mindset. And the
Man,
funny thing is,
seriously, it.
women usually are the ones that suffer from that, but you got some dudes like that too. They see, well, I sat here and I literally watched this happen to 999 other men, but you know what? It's not gonna be me.
I'm
I'm
special.
different.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
I'm I'm, I'm
special.
not black. I'm OJ. You know, it says I happen to those niggas, but they ain't me. Okay, and then you found out that you were extra regular, not
Mm-hmm.
extraordinary, extra regular. You wasn't any different.
Yeah.
Real talk.
And
Wow,
But
that's
the,
heavy.
we
but the
definitely,
conveyor belt for those kind of dudes is very short. And the thing is, you can play that game for a little bit, but you can't play that forever because there's a short small number of dudes that fall for the okie doke, especially nowadays. More and more men are starting to be able to read the tea leaves and see what it is. And while you think, yeah, you celebrate, and I got another one, you don't realize that stock is almost done. There's like
exactly.
two, maybe three more in the warehouse, and ain't gonna be no more fulfillments. Amazon is sold out of the niggas because the rest busy people like, okay, that's where they
And
left you. That's where you're
and
gonna be at.
when we were talking about earlier about social skills,
Yeah.
one of the don'ts that we want you fellas to understand, and I think we touched on this last time, but I found another creative picture that really explains in the details. Like, fellas, you got to really be off this low energy shit. Like, at a certain level of your life, at a stage of your life, you shouldn't be on that low level shit you was on when you were growing up as a jit, as a beginning adult, you know, the early 20s. You know, when you start getting in the 30s and especially in the 40s, man, y'all got to get off this stuff where y'all over here just jamming stuff up in people's inboxes and talking reckless and doing dumb stuff. Like, it doesn't work out for you. Have logic. So this chart is going to give you the logics of what you need to do. Think to yourself, right? So
Whoa.
it's a full thought out map, right? Should you
I
send
wasn't
her
ready.
a quick pick, right?
I wasn't
So
ready. Oh shit.
so it says to
Okay.
you on the left side, did she ask for a pick, an eggplant pick? Yes or no? If she says yes, then the arrow goes down and says, okay, minimal risk. And then the next one tells you to send it. If she says no, then has she seen your eggplant before? Yes or no? If she says no, then okay, then the arrow says no, don't send it. If it says yes, it says, was it in person? If no,
Jesus.
then it says, what is it? A previous picture? No, okay, don't send it. So it's a whole map that, so you guys can screenshot it for the slow
Oh my
mos.
God.
For the slow guys out there, screenshot this because this is the basic necessity of knowing when
And
to
real
send
quick,
what you need. Yeah.
before you take that picture down, I hate to do this. I need to draw everyone's attention. I need to draw everyone's attention to the
Oh
question
yeah,
mark.
yeah. By the question mark. Yeah,
Boy, I
I
didn't
was
see that.
laughing at it,
I
right?
didn't see that. Oh
I wish I
boy,
did.
I
So
wasn't ready. I wasn't
so
ready.
My
so
my
I
misery
just want you
trumpet
guys
that
to
was
know.
all.
I just want y'all to know, man, there's a blueprint for this if you're very slow. Just copy this down, study it, and know. Come on, man. We got too many women complaining because y'all just sending just to send
Yeah,
it.
and
There's a
clearly a lot of
dialogue.
y'all very slow by the fact that all these
Exactly.
women keep complaining about it. God damn, bro, really?
Complaining about it. So
I
I
don't
want you
look.
guys to take this and just follow the blueprint. That's all you gotta do. Follow the blueprint
Weirdos, man,
and you'll be all right.
weirdos.
I don't
Definitely.
care if
Yeah.
it's Elon Muskie. I don't care if it's Jeff Bezos. Hell, so long as the place ultimately doesn't involve pedophilia and
Oh,
touching children. I don't
Yeah.
care if it's Richard Branson. Can somebody please hurry up and build this damn Mars colony so I can get the hell off of this sewer called Earth? I'm tired.
I feel you. I
If,
feel your pain,
if
my
the Lord
brother.
oh
don't take me
my
halfway,
God,
I need
and
to
where do you find these things?
Hey,
Oh,
you
get me
know,
out of here.
hey, that's what makes the show so dope. We keep y'all on y'all toes and we keep y'all laughing, but it's very serious and very powerful what we do in
yeah.
here.
Oh,
So I know that I know time is killing us real quick, but I do want to. This is a very important part that I did want to include in because I feel like we always talk about domestic violence, but we never talk about it in the realms of men being killed. A lot of men
Oh,
have been killed in domestic violence, and it's a very
true.
serious topic. You know, and it's crazy how everybody always talks about killing transgenders and stuff like that, but they overlook every time that a black man gets killed in a domestic violence because once
Real
he gets
talk.
killed,
mm.
nobody asks about, oh, well, he was innocent. They'll always say, well, what did he do? That's the first thing they say. What did he do
Always
that warranted this woman to
Constantly.
kill him, right?
vi-
But it's a
victim blaming,
transgender
which is
gets
supposed to
killed.
be
Yeah,
bad.
when a transgender gets killed, nobody says, "Oh, did this transgender lie to the guy?" You know what I'm saying? They never say that.
They
They
never
never
ask
say
anything.
that. They never ask that. But when it comes to a
Heterosexual
man
straight
being
men,
killed, what did
especially
he do?
black ones.
Yeah. What did he do? You know what I'm saying? So I wanted to bring up this one, this first one out of two. This girl here, Keisha from Chicago, is 8 months pregnant. She had
Jesus.
just came home from her baby shower when she got into an argument with her boyfriend. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, and they were arguing about who was going to use the microwave first to heat up their leftovers from the party.
Jesus.
Keisha ended up slapping the boyfriend's plate out of his hand. He pushed her, and at the point, someone broke up the fight. While the boyfriend was laying down in the bedroom, Keisha went in and stabbed him in the leg. She hit an artery and killed him. She will be giving birth in jail, handing her baby over to the state.
Wow.
Sad situation. Come on,
Wow.
man. I mean, when you look at a lot of the reasons why men get killed, it's some of the most pathetic reasons. I mean,
Ridiculous.
it's just all over emotional rage. And it's like, come on, the fight was already broken up. This man is laying in the bed sleep. So apparently there was no threat to you. And yet you went and grabbed a knife to go slice him in the leg and didn't even know that the leg carries arteries. And if you slice it in a certain artery, you could bleed out to death just that
Yeah.
fast.
Quick.
Uneducated.
Regardless of artery,
Yeah.
to stab him in the first place. Is this that broad that? Because apparently it came to my attention earlier that there was someone who was murdered by his girlfriend. I don't think it was his wife,
No,
but
no, no,
murdered
no,
by
no,
his
no, no. That's the
post
next one.
online.
That's the next
Oh,
one. Yeah, yeah.
so it
So
was busy. Mm.
yeah, so this was the one in Chicago, and it's just a sad situation. Now she's gonna give birth to her
Shout
child,
out to this
and then
little heifer
her
looking like Marlon Wayans, estranged clone.
so so she's
Jesus.
gonna give birth. She's gonna give birth to her child in jail, and then that child is gonna have to go release over to the state, or if one of the family members take it up, then it goes over to the family member. But it's a sad situation because now the child is gonna end up growing up with no parents involved in
Tragic.
their life and just be another statistic to the system, the repetitive cycle that needs to be broken but still continues to play on and on. So that would lead me to this next situation where we have, this is the one that Bobby was talking about. Mississippi woman, Khadijah Brown, goes live to record her husband leaving her. They end up getting into an argument and she shot and killed him. And she now hit with a charge with a murder charge. And I have the video here. It's not visual, but it is audio. And I just want y'all to listen to it real quick because it's very heartbreaking, and we'll just discuss it for a quick second afterwards.
Get somewhere and sit down. Y'all gonna have to stop all this. Cause then y'all wonder why the kids.
So I wanted you guys to hear the children. Yeah, so I wanted you guys to hear the children because um, the guy was trying to leave up out of there. He actually, from what I heard, the reports was before he went home, he was trying to get the police to escort him over there because he knew that the situation wasn't going to be a pleasant one. But
Mm.
the police said that they didn't have any resources or they couldn't do it to escort him over there anyways. So he ended up going over there, and the mother was there. Her mother was there, and I think he wanted the mother to be there so she could be, a witness and also just to calm down her daughter.
Yeah.
And you could hear throughout the video that the mother was talking about how he needs to be over here because he was complaining that she wasn't taking care of the children like that. I think they have 5 children, if I'm not mistaken. And they was talking back and forth about, she needed to do a better job of taking care of the children and this and that. And then her mother said, yeah, you need to come over here and help us with the children and stuff like that. So he was saying that he just was trying to go to work. He didn't want no conflict or nothing like that. He just wanted to go to work. And while he was leaving to get out of there, she kept like blocking him from leaving. And then eventually she had did something. I forgot what she did. She must have hit him. And then he was like, "Don't hit me no more. Don't hit me no more." And the minute he went back to like try to go walk out, she had the gun on her and she popped him. And then when she popped him and shot him and he dropped, the first thing you heard her say was, "I don't want to go to jail." And she starts crying. And it's
Wow.
like, you shoot him, but you didn't want to go to jail, right? So what you was trying to scare him and then end up killing him in the process. I don't know what be going on with these women head, but that's just the low budget, low toxicity of women that guys deal with. And also for you to deal with a low toxicity women like that, you also have to have low energy yourself. I'm pretty sure based on what they were saying and stuff like that. I saw the pictures. He's a low energy dude. There was reports. I think they said
Water signs.
he cheated on her or something like that. When I looked, I saw the woman, but it looked like it might be a trans gender. So it was like a white woman, I think. I think it might be a
Mm,
transgender. I'm not
mm.
sure. I'm just assuming allegedly. But she said that he's gay because she made a post that my dude is bisexual.
Mm.
So I'm thinking it's a transgender. And it's crazy, how society's trying to normalize straight men to be with transgender as their regular women,
Yeah.
but then you have women out here that's like, nah, at the end of the day, you still a man, you still gay. So, it's crazy how both narratives clash, but at the end of the day, the black man gets demonized either way he go. So I was looking at that and I said to myself, like, we got to do better as men selecting women. I know we always talk about women got to do better with selecting men, but man law is to get your energy up so you don't pick the low hanging fruit and get yourself caught up in a situation like that, which don't
Right.
benefit you at all, and clearly not in this situation because both of these men, the end result was they are dead. They're in a casket. You know what I'm saying? You ain't even go out there to sell no drugs or put yourself in any harm's way to go get some real serious money where you took a real high risk and reward. You
Yeah.
up here just arguing with your girl and you end up dying before you even go
Ridiculous.
to the street over the streets. You survive the streets to end up dying in the arms of your girl taking your own life. So you gotta start
Mm.
picking better. And we talked about that before. When you leave out the door, you don't want to leave out the door and come back in to a war zone. So you're leaving out the door to go out to the war zone, which is your job and all that stuff you got to deal with out there, dodging the bullets out there. Then you safely get back in the house, and now you're in a war zone in your own house.
Yeah.
And just like you made it safely back home, your ass ain't make it safely back out again because you died in your home by somebody that was supposed to be there to love you. And we got to do better, man. And that's why Man Laws, this program, was dedicated for you guys to make you better men. We can talk about the women all day, but if you're not doing your due diligence to separate yourself from them women, to calling them women out, to push back against these women, then you're going to be part of the continuous process of how men end up putting themselves in the holes that they should never put themselves in the first place. So it's very important for us to do the work in order for us to be very productive because once we do the work, we avoid all the traps. We avoid all the white supremacy traps and we avoid all of these traps with our own peoples. So that's all I had to say. But you guys can take it over before we go to our queen check.
Bet. Look, man, just put this out there. I take this topic very seriously, and I'm kind of always that guy who's always talking about man laws and the way we need to conduct ourselves and how we need to have a code as men. You know what I mean? I'm always that guy. I'm very consistent with it. Any of my guys will tell you I get on their ass when they come with the bullshit. So, I'm very, very thorough with this, and tonight is going to be no exception. So I came with a few of them,
And I'm going to go over some that I spoke on earlier and just kind of reiterate them and bring in some other ones that I might not have touched on.
Mhm.
I spoke very forcefully about this, and I think that we all need to make this a man law when we're dealing with other women, when we're dealing with especially our homeboys women, you know what I mean, our brothers women, whatever the case may be. It's a very touchy space. You got to watch how you speak. Okay, no pet names, no baby, no sweetheart, no none, no. Keep it real simple. Give them sister, if anything. You know what I'm saying? Keep that real, real, real simple, because it can go left quick. You know what I mean? Um, Sweetheart names should be reserved for sweethearts. That's a man law. Real talk. As far as when we're talking, generally speaking, but also I want to extend this to the online space. Online spaces in particular. No pandering and lying. Stop that bullshit. Be forthright. Tell women the truth. You know what I mean? It may not necessarily work out for you in the moment if you're trying to hit some quick skins or whatever the case may be. But generally speaking, gentlemen, this does not bode well for us. It definitely doesn't further the conversation as far as us building stronger male and female relationships. If all you're gonna do is lie to them, that ain't you're not accomplishing anything. You're not helping them or us in that regard. You're making us look bad. You're leading them astray. You're bringing them on board with a whole bunch of false information. Cut that out, like yesterday. Um, like Ant was just saying, and like we say all the time on this show, quality women only. We're about to do a crown check, but we're going to talk about a very quality woman and what is so wonderful about her. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, you don't want any poor quality women raising your children or in your household. And that starts with not giving them sexual access to you. You have to value your seed, brothers. You understand? Leave the trash outside. Quality women only. Real talk. Um, and no dealing with the ex. Okay. Out. You would think that I'm talking about men dealing with their ex. No, that's not. And I don't. I don't. I have strict rules against that too. But that's kind of open, right? But if your homie has an ex, you understand? That female should be off limits. If they rocked in any type of serious capacity, it should be a man law. You just don't cross that line. You know what I mean? There's plenty of women out here, hundreds of thousands of them, millions. Leave your man's ex alone. Usually, 9 times out of 10, that goes very left, especially if it's a family member. Bruh, well, brothers, what y'all doing out here? You know what I mean? And last but not least, gentlemen, create a solid agenda and life plan for yourself and make your agenda your priority. Dispose of those that do not fit in your program expeditiously. Don't waste nobody's time. Don't waste yours. So those are my 5 man laws that I wanted to put on the table. And I urge brothers to get with those things and practice those things. And I guarantee you, you will become a better person. You have a much smoother life. Just saying. Let's get it. That's me. I'll land my plane there.
Um, really quick to touch on the 2 incidents that were shared. Condolences to those brothers and their families. Um, my heart goes out to their children. They will never be the same again. Um, Especially for the first situation where the woman was pregnant with the child. Uh, it's amazing that before you even made it outside of the womb, you already have tragedy and trauma that's waiting for you. That's a whole. At least with the other children, they can say they had some measure of life that was normal as far as this is concerned. To reflect back to this shorty that's coming out into this world, never had a chance. They will never not know what it is to have this on their chest. That one parent is dead in the grave because of the other, um, and now their life is completely turned upside down before they even had a life. They won't know what it is to experience existence without something like this on their chest. Um, my heart goes out to those kids. I can't even imagine it. Really quick to address this because this is something that's on my chest. This is something that I stand by, and I know it's not going to have a whole bunch of supporters. That's okay. I'm more than willing and able to stand on my own 2 feet about anything that I have to say. And if I have to apologize for it later on because I have legitimately had a change of heart, a change of my mind on it, I'll do that too. But the way these situations played out by and large, this is a direct byproduct of this twisted thought process of males aren't supposed to hit females no matter what. I've spoken before about this societal projection that always cast women as perpetual victims and men as perpetual offenders. Anytime a situation goes on with women, the question is, well, there must be an excuse, there must be a justification, there must be a reason. When it's a man, it's the opposite. Just don't even look to get to the who, what, when, where, why, and how. Just guilty, guilty, guilty. Women are just free to operate as they see fit until it ultimately goes too far, like we've seen, and then all of a sudden it's oopsie, my bad.
Mm.
Meanwhile, men have a tightrope they have to walk on. They have handcuffs. They have to pray that things work out. I don't believe that report that the 911 operator gave about they don't have enough resources to go and send them out. I believe the operator meant to say or really was thinking we're not wasting manpower on that. I had a victimology professor years and years ago when I was doing undergrad who she was an adjunct, but previously she was a 911 dispatcher herself. And when we were talking about victims and everything, we were talking about I can't remember the exact lesson, but we were talking in the frame of how crimes are perpetuated and how they're handled. And she mentioned that she remembers she got a call one time when she was on duty. It was a Sunday evening. She said she remembered it very clearly. And the call came in from a man who was calling 911, calling the police to come out of the house because he was being assaulted and attacked by his wife and needed the police to intervene. And she said that when that call was relayed, she said more or less the police station just about cleared out. I think she said like about 6 or 7 or 8 police cars all came responding to the scene, not to go ahead and do their job, not to go ahead and safeguard this man's life, but because, in her words, they all wanted to see who this punk was that couldn't handle his woman.
Wow. That's it.
They wanted to
That's
see who pussy was. I'm going to be blunt about it. They wanted to see who
yeah.
this pussy is that has got to go ahead and get the big bad police to go and deal with his angry housewife or
Wow.
whatever.
Mm.
That's the perception out here. Now,
Yeah.
God forbid it played out the way it did over here. Now all of a sudden it's our bad.
Yeah.
No accountability for it.
Right.
And we've seen video footage of this where men are attacked and assaulted by women, and in some cases they don't respond, some cases they do, and the woman can be in his face, on his face, hitting him, punching, kicking, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
No one's doing anything.
Right.
The minute man so much as cocks a fist back to go ahead and defend himself, now all of a sudden it's like SWAT team, all the jump out boys
Right.
pop out all of a sudden and they're all swarming him
Mm-hmm.
because that's got to change immediately.
Yeah.
I do not condone or teach or tell boys or males or men of any age. I don't push that whole men aren't supposed to put their hands on women. I don't support that at all.
Me
I
neither.
believe that there are cases when it's supposed to happen.
Mm-hmm.
My philosophy is just what they tell you in kindergarten, but for everybody. Males and females alike should keep their why do I say
Hands
that
to
there?
themselves.
Hands, feet, and objects to themselves.
There you go.
That is the rule.
That's the correct
If
rule.
that is violated in any way, shape, form, or capacity, whoever is the victim, male or
Right.
female, whoever is the victim has the right to respond with equal or lesser force.
There you go.
Now, if a woman goes and punches you in the face, now don't go get a 2x4 and try to smack her down. I'm not condoning that. We're not about to turn this into a damn WrestleMania SummerSlam brawl. This ain't that kind of get down. We're not
Right.
justifying. But if
But
she
you
puts her
defend
hands
yourself.
on, it don't matter if it's one time. It don't matter if it's 15 times.
Yeah.
You are well in your rights to deliver that uppercut.
Defend yourself. Period.
Any woman or any male, any man who has an issue with that, I understand you. Here's my solution. Avoid breaking the rule.
There you go.
If you don't break the rule, you don't got to worry about the consequence.
There you go.
If you really feel so strongly about women not getting hit by men, then I suggest you feel equally strong about not putting your hands on a man.
There you go.
You may luck out and get a dude who, no matter what, will never so much as breathe harsh in your direction. You might get a dude where if your eyelash drops on him, he's ready to send you to the ICU. If you don't want to gamble and roll the dice and figure out who you got in front of you, don't test it.
Make it a rule. How
And
about that?
I'm gonna leave that right there. Very quickly, and I'm gonna also make it a point to share this on my own page as well too. But really quickly, I went through a few of them already. But really quick, I'm gonna run down with my man laws. And I have 10 of them, actually 11, but I'm gonna get them quick because again, some of them I already got to. First and foremost, men do practice sexual discipline and mastery. I think that's probably the pinnacle, the chief, the top one. If there's no others, they're probably not in order, but that one is in the right place, number one. There's so many situations where men have ended up in bad spots. They've lost their lives, they've lost their freedom, they've lost money, they've lost peace of mind, they've lost a whole bunch because they did not practice proper dick discipline, sexual mastery. One of the easiest ways to manipulate men is through sex. When a man has mastered himself, he's mastered his urges, he's mastered his lower nature, that man is damn near bulletproof. You could almost walk on water. You will have the respect of your male peers. You will have the shock, awed admiration of the women around you. When they see that you can't be swayed by sex one way or the other, you damn near become divine. Work on that self mastery. Number two, do treat everyone with more respect than you would want for yourself. And I say treat them with more respect because unfortunately, you do have many people who have low self esteem. They don't have high regard for themselves. So if you were to treat everyone the way you want to be treated, you might feel like you need to treat yourself lowly so you're going to treat others the same way. So don't settle for the same treatment. Treat them better than you want for yourself. Number three, do set goals for personal development and work towards them daily. Again, my concept. If you're not growing, you're dying. If you're stagnant, you're dying. Work according to the 1% rule. So every single day of your life, when you wake up, you yawn, your feet touch the floor before you even go to the bathroom and relieve yourself. Man, think and scheme on a way how you can become just 1% better. You don't have to have a massive milestone or break in your life. Become 1% better than you were the day before you close your eyes to go to sleep for the day. Number four, do operate, I touched on this a little earlier, do operate from an abundance mindset and not a scarcity mindset. And also make sure that you're doing things, to putting in the work to justify that. Let's be clear, that's not license to kill. There's a responsibility that you have to those as well that you want more from. Number five, touch number four, find three hobbies. One is going to make you some paper, one is going to get you or keep you in shape, other to keep you creative or to express your creativity. Number six, do invest in your health and wellness for a multitude of reasons, but what they say is true. Health is wealth. When you have good health, you can tolerate and abide just about everything. When your health is in the garbage, that's a handcuff. You automatically cup in and hobbling yourself. Number seven, do develop mastery of your finances. Money is not, to quote the poet laureate, sane Kanye West, having money is not everything, but not having it is. You need to be able to master your personal finance. Yes, it's important to be able to boost your income. Don't just settle for whatever you're making. work to improve that, but you need to also manage what you have because, as my grandfather said, may his soul rest in peace, it's not what you earn, it's what you can keep. If you make 55K annually, but your saving is on lock, you're debt free for the most part, you don't spend more than you keep in, you're going to be doing a whole lot better than somebody making six figures and they're bleeding money. Increase your wealth, but also master your financial health. Number 8, do develop the ability and abilities to save your own life. This goes into health as well. But you have some brothers right now, God forbid, if shit were to hit the fan, they're done. Your house catches on fire, you live on the second floor. Because you're obese, you're out of shape. If you were to jump off the second floor, you'd probably die faster than being burned alive. You can't do basic pull ups. You can't do 5, 6, 10 pull ups.
Real
You
talk.
can barely do push ups. You can't, if you had to run right now for your life, 20 good
Can't
steps,
do it.
that's it. You better hope whoever is coming after you really has low tolerance. If you got, God forbid, you were on a boat somewhere, you were 100 yards from shore, that's it. If the Coast Guard or whoever don't get you, you can't even swim to shore to save your life. Make sure you're in a position where you have the skills and the tools necessary to save your own life. Because men should be self sufficient, at least in that regard. Number 9, touched on this before. Do make your word unbreakable. Be mindful of promises, people, places, and things that put keeping your word in jeopardy. So don't just have that thing where you keep your promises no matter what and you out here reckless with your word. Make sure you ain't passing out checks that you can't cash. Number 10, do speak less with your words and more with your actions. Touched on that earlier. And last but not least, do embrace your responsibility. Take ownership of your environment. Don't go and try and be Superman and try and take on everybody else's responsibility. But that which falls under you, own that. Make the most of it. And your own sphere of influence, take ownership. Operate by the mindset of, it's not your fault, but I'm going to make it my responsibility.
Yeah, that's what's up,
Love
man.
it.
That was a dope 10. Dope 10.
Epic.
Definitely. You guys wrapped it all up. It's no need for me to even spit anything because you guys covered the whole basis of everything that the basic premises of what a man in good quality and good shape should be practicing and abiding by. So these fellas just broke down everything you need to know. You can go back and listen to it and get a refresher on this program, this episode whenever you need it, you know. So we want you guys to be better than you were yesterday. Every week you guys come on here, we want you to be better than the previous week. That's our goal, that's our mission. Once we do that, then when you're not around and watching us, then you're somewhere giving other people the game that we gave you. And that's where the whole trickle down system comes from. And that's how you create a better environment, better men, which will create better women, and which will create a better society in our community as well. Bless you. So definitely want to get into Queen Check for tonight, and the reason why I picked her for tonight is it basically she's basically the reason why a lot of black men did have a little bit more protection than we did before. We don't have too much protection, but we have a little bit more because of this woman. Also, she put the Amber Alert out to society as well as our people, and she got a lot of awareness going on to a lot of targeting and killing that happened to a bunch of our people, especially our brothers. She was a rider for us, and she was definitely somebody that uh, embedded and empowered our community through her vocals. So our queen check of the night, the crown check of tonight, is definitely to the one and only, the most talented, and at that time, one of the most beautiful sisters that we ever graced, the talented
All
Miss Billie
right.
Holiday. So Billie
Nice
Holiday,
one.
give it up for Billie Holiday. Billie Holiday, as you guys know, is Lenora Fagan. That's her real name. She was born April 7th, which her birthday is right around the corner. So how great is that? April 7th, 1915 to July 17th, 1959, American jazz and swing music singer, nicknamed Lady Day by her friend and music partner, Lester Young. Holiday was an innovator and an influencer on jazz music and the pop singer, and her vocal style, strongly inspired by the jazz instruments, pioneered a new wave of manipulating phrasing and tempo. She was also known for her vocal delivery and improvisational skills. Um, and what makes it so powerful of Billie Holiday is that this queen definitely created a song that was so powerful that brought awareness to the lynching of Black men. And anytime you guys want to, Google the history of Billie Holiday, you can also play the music for your children, which is a very social song, but is a very graphic song as well. But in order for them to know the history so they don't repeat it, they have to hear it, they have to understand it, and you have to teach them in a way so they know that anytime they see any type of disrespect like that, they can stand up and fight against it and be a pioneer, just like the wonderful Billie Holiday. So you can definitely check out Strange Fruit is the name of
Mm-hmm.
the wonderful hit. And also at the time, because it was so powerful, because she was raising so much awareness by every club she was going into, man, people wanted to hear that song. And the people that heard that song were fired up and ramped up, and they didn't take no crap. And any threat to white supremacy, oh, they have to make sure that they dilute it and they put it out. And what they did was they slapped a lawsuit against her. They put a court. It was a court case against her, I should say. It was the United States versus Billie Holiday. You can check that out. And they wanted to silence her. And they told her that if she sang that song at any club and they found out, that they were going to throw her in jail. This sister was a rider for us. She's somebody that, we definitely have to tip our hats to.
Yes.
Because of this lady, if she didn't do what she did at the time she did it, maybe the people like me, Bobby and Major probably wouldn't be on this platform right now, because maybe one of our ancestors would have got lynched if it wasn't for her putting that awareness out there and stopping a
Yes.
lot of our elders and our grandparents and our family tree to get lynched. So you never know the cause and effects, and how some people can definitely stop the effect by doing a cause. And her cause was her purpose, and her purpose was powerful. So definitely thank you guys for joining us tonight. It was a superb show. These brothers always give it to you guys every night, and we just love it. And we love y'all and love the support that y'all keep bringing us. And definitely gonna bring you guys another powerful show next week. Um, I'll let the fellas choose again. I'll let y'all choose again. Y'all did a good job this week. I'll let y'all choose a topic next week.
Bet. Let's get
We
it.
could do something fun if you guys want to do profile profile check. Um, we can analyze different profiles if you want to do something fun for April 1st, or any ideas you guys give us. Just let us know. Let's chop it up, and then see what we can present to the people. But whatever we
Let's
do,
get
we
it.
always do that joint with preciseness and with some great, great, great content. So I
Oh, you know we
appreciate
make it
y'all.
pop off.
Huh?
There it is. Appreciate you,
You know we
bro.
make it pop
Yeah,
off.
definitely.
Sure.
Appreciate y'all. And y'all have a good night. And we'll see y'all next week.
Blessings.
Peace.
All right.
For sure.
On the album, we do things like songs that are little, what we call sexy. You can see from the title, it's more of a love album.